Raise your voice and reconnect from every stream. Sounds ignite. We test, we break, we build it right. Tuesday lights up every feed. Voices meet where ideals lead, from Substack streams to global comms. Creation echoes through the halls. We test, we tweak, we mix, we mend, and every tone becomes a friend. Welcome to the social sound check. Raise your voice and reconnect from every stream. Sounds ignite. We test, we break, we build it right. Across the wires, across the seas, new gear hums and ideas speak free. AI sparks and analog dreams, colliding beats and feedback streams. No cameras roll, just waves and will, where sound is art and learning thrills. We tune imagination wide, from whispered thought to amplified. Together live the moments grow, integration and audio flow. Welcome to the social sound check. Raise your voice and reconnect from every streamer. Sounds ignite. We test, we break, we build it right. Welcome to the social sound check. Raise your voice and reconnect from every streamer. Sounds ignite. We test, we break, we build it right.
Well, hello, Keith Keller, Melbourne, Australia, and we're live on LinkedIn, YouTube, and Substack. It's very cool. It's very, very cool. So today we're doing a social audio sound check. We're going to talk about a couple of bits of software and hardware to make you sound better on your podcasts, on your live streams, and when you go live and on other people's interviews as well. It's a lot of fun. This is the look we're going for today. We can have up to 8 people, 10 technically, but I like this look with a graphic in the middle, what I call my Brady Bunch look. You can watch the show and listen to the show on YouTube if you prefer. It's a very reliable system. youtube.com/@Keith Keller TV. Very cool. Very reliable. You can make comments there. Guaranteed not to fail. Well, not guaranteed, but very unlikely. My favorite at the moment is Substack. I love it. And if you're using Substack, I'd like you to follow me too. Substack.com/KeithKeller.au. I'd love you to do that for me. If you do have any questions at all, please make some comments and they'll pop up in the chat for me. If you are indeed commenting on Substack, I'll go and check those separately. That hasn't yet progressed to the idea that Restream and Substack talk to each other. It's not necessarily a thing yet, but it's coming. So if you want to know more about what we're doing here at the show, where is Keith today? I always spend the first 5 or 10 minutes just warming up the show. These shows go for hours and hours. 6 hours is my actual record, and we just talk about whatever's going. So if you want to come up and have a chat, you can please do that. You're very welcome to come up and have a chat on this one, the social audio sound check. No one here yet, but that's okay, because it takes sometimes a bit of time for people to work out that I'm live and for it to permeate the internet. I think there's a 45-second delay on LinkedIn at the moment, and so you'll get this in a sort of a bit of a time lapse. So visibility takes a long time. you think you might want to do a show and that you should be famous straight away, but of course you can't. You got to do the work. I've been doing this since March 2020, 2020, March 2020. 6 years I've been doing this. You'd think that people would have heard of me by now. You never know. You never know. Visibility is and has a long tail.
Visibility has a long, long tail. Not every idea leaves a paper trail. You just can't fake what time takes to unveil. 'Cause visibility has a long, long tail. Been running circles through the noise and static, chasing lightning that don't stay. Everyone's screaming for their moment of magic, but I'm okay with the slow play. Little things stack when the spotlight's off. It's a marathon, not a coin toss. Visibility has a long tail. And not every step leaves a paper trail. You can't fake what time takes to unveil. 'Cause visibility has a long tail. Some nights I feel like I'm caught in a scroll, buried deep in the overflow. But every echo finds its home in the quiet. I start to grow. Patience hums like a hidden song. Even silence is singing along. Visibility has a long tail. Not every step leaves a paper trail. You can't fake what time takes to unveil. 'Cause visibility has a long tail. All the unseen hours, the clicks that fade, they build the truth I've slowly made. When the moment comes, it'll feel brand new, but it's built on every shade I've been Visibility has a long tail. And I don't mind if I set sail through quiet seas and gentle gales. Yeah, visibility has a long tail. Let them shine, let them fade, it's fine. I'm still carving out my line. Every slow reveal, every breadcrumb trail. Visibility has a long
Visibility has a long, 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 long tail. So we are live on Substack, LinkedIn, and YouTube. It's a pretty funky thing. It's a pretty funky thing. And if you'd like to join, just comment on here and hello, Deirdre, calling in from New Jersey, Union Beach. I'd love to know where that is. I might Google that in a minute. So Deirdre's calling in from Union Beach, New Jersey. She's listening on Substack. But let me know if you'd like to come up and tell us what you're doing. We've got a really interesting theme today. We're asking the question, global or local? Do you love the global stuff? A guy in Melbourne, Australia, talking to someone in Union Beach, New Jersey. That's pretty funky. Or do you like just going down to the local bakery and buying a baguette or a croissant and sitting down and having a coffee and chatting to the person at the desk, the front, the baker? I maybe both. Maybe you like to do both. I like to do both. I would love to know what you're thinking. So if you want to come and join, let me know. We can have up to 8 people on the screen. I'll tell you exactly what that looks like. It's pretty funky. Pretty funky is might be actually my theme for the day. This is what Substack, Restream, all of the great things that we do look like. They look like this, and it's very, very, very cool. Now, talking about funky while we're waiting for people to come on stage, I think Substack is going to just go off. And if you're not following me on my own Substack, I'd love you to do that. I have actually written a song about this because I'm so into Substack that for me, Substack feels like home. And so I've actually written a song in honor of that. And it is indeed pretty funky. So have a listen to this.
Substack feels like home. We're live streaming, so we're not alone. More than just words, now we're homegrown. Yeah, Substack feels like home. Camera off now, but I'm going online. The stream goes global and I'm on fire. Tapping beats on the neon light. Talking truth till the room feels right. It's just me, my mic, and a signal glow. Broadcast hearts in real-time flow. Substack feels like home. We're live streaming, so we're not alone. More than just words, now we're homegrown. Yeah, Substack feels like home. Audio only, I hit my stride. Don't need the lens, just the vibe inside. Co-hosts drop in from across the globe. Turn a post into a heart that throbs. Auto drop promos, notes that fly. Whole new stage, no suits, no lies. Substack feels like home. We're live streaming, so we're not alone. More than just words, now we're homegrown. Yeah, Substack feels like home. Clip that feed to the outside world. YouTube shorts, stories unfurled. No big gate, no boss tone. We own our voice on microphone. Go live now, it says on screen. We're part of something in between. The radio's gone, but the static's sweet. Every fan's a pulse, every note's a tweet. Substack feels like home. We're live streaming, so we're not alone. More than just words, now we're homegrown. Yeah, Substack feels like home. Substack feels like home. We're live streaming, so we're not alone. More than just words, now we're homegrown. Yeah, Substack feels like home. Yeah, Substack feels like home.
Oh, there we are. Substack feels like home. Now, I'm at home doing this show from the back of my house, but it actually feels like I'm talking to myself, which, of course, I am doing. I'm talking to myself because no one's coming up on stage, and it's a very cool thing. This social audio, and not everyone's up for it, but I love doing it. And the first hour always is a little bit hard because people don't know you're on. They forget they're doing things. They're eating ice creams at the beach, and they forget that Keith is on a Tuesday morning, 10 a.m. They always forget. So eventually people come, but it takes them a long time to work out I'm here. And so that's all right. I'll just talk to myself for a while. Deirdre's in Union Beach, New Jersey, listening to these funky songs that I write or create. I don't necessarily call them writing anymore. AI has changed all that. We're just using a prompt to do everything. I'd love to hear your thoughts. But the question I'm asking today is, do you prefer local or do you prefer global? And it's a very, very important question to ask. And I will actually bring up this graphic that I did for the latest blog post, which has had 250 views. Yay for me. I'm just making this up as I go because usually people turn up and I can talk to them, but I can't now because there's no one here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a few songs. I'll talk to myself for a few minutes, and if no one comes, that's okay. I'll just put that down to experience. I'll go and do something else, maybe make a cup of tea and mow the lawn, possibly. But I can't talk to myself forever. So I'll just have a bit of a chat to you about while we're here. I just want to ask this question: global or social? It's the theme for today. And I've got a little graphic that I prepared earlier that I wasn't really going to go into, but we can do that now. So if usually people turn up by now, and I'm just sort of talking to myself. So we are asking the question whether or not social audio is a thing anymore. Are we too busy to be doing these shows? Are we too busy to be going to these shows? Do we prefer an on-demand lifestyle? I think we do. I think we now prefer and almost demand an on-demand lifestyle. So I can't find the graphic. I'm thinking in real time now because no one's coming. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a few more songs, and then if no one comes, then that's okay. Doesn't really matter. Going to keep going with this sort of funky vibe. What I'm really interested in is this idea of, do you want to go down the shops and get a loaf of bread and chat to the person making your coffee? Or do you want to buy everything online and just have it delivered to your house? It's a bloody good question. It's a bloody good question. And I really think that we're now living in the age of algorithms. And I've written a song about that. Let's see how we go.
What is this new algorithm? It's reading between the lines. No more noise, just precision. Matching hearts and minds. What is this new algorithm? It's the rhythm of what we do. If you post with passion and purpose, it's gonna find you true. Check my feed this morning, things feel brand new. Posters shuffled, stories I never knew. No more chasing likes, no clickbait thrills. It's 3x stick goal, redefining script. 150 billion thoughts in play, learning what we mean, not just what we say. Every word, every vibe, every clue, all filtered through the lens of you. What is this new algorithm? It's reading between the lines. No more noise, just precision. Matching hearts and minds. What is this new algorithm? It's the rhythm of what we do. If you post with passion and graphics, it's gonna find you true.
Okay. So we have a few people wanting to come up. I'm sending you the link now. It's very cool. I love this format. It's a little bit challenging when there's 0 people here, but we only need a couple. And once we do that, it's going to be great. So this is what we're aiming for over time. I'll run through the songs. This is actually a very important discussion today. It's March 2026. If you're watching this as a replay, and there's a couple of things that have happened in the live streaming field that make this a very poignant moment. For a start, LinkedIn has now decided, I think from the 22nd. Hello, Anne. Jump in if you want to join us. Where are you in the world? It doesn't say. If you want to join us, please do. I'll send you the link, and you can join if you feel free. There's a couple of things going on in the world of live streaming that are very, very important to have a chat about. And if I do stop this show, it actually is quite inconvenient for me to start again on LinkedIn, not so much on Substack or YouTube. They're very good. But LinkedIn is making it incredibly difficult for us to live stream now. And one of the questions we're actually asking today is, do you use LinkedIn? Is that where you do the majority of your networking? Is it indeed a functioning site? We are seriously in doubt that it is. And I'd be interested to know what you think. So I'm just chatting to myself while I wait for a few people to come. Very welcome to come up and have a chat, Anne and Deirdre and Layla and Bez. So please do. Don't be shy. The look that we get is very, very cool. We get this sort of Brady Bunch look. Everyone gets a turn and we all sort of circulate around. But the question we're asking is LinkedIn still a thing? I've been restricted on LinkedIn many times. It is working on LinkedIn today, and so I shouldn't say too much. It is working. But there's a 45-second delay, and there are 0 listeners there. Like 0. You can't get any lower than that. 0 is the loneliest number because there's no one listening on LinkedIn. And that's okay. It's working, but no one's there. And we're asking the question, is it even a thing? A couple of people are listening here on Substack. And I always get quite a few listeners on YouTube as well. So what we're really asking is, what's going on? Now, I've written a song about that. LinkedIn feels like homework. It's hard. It's a lot of effort. And is it worth the effort? You tell me.
LinkedIn feel like homework. I'm pretending to be my best, turning life into a network. Every post feel like a test. Smiling in the headlines, dreaming in the burbs. It feels like I'm selling my soul with clever words. LinkedIn sure feels like homework. I wake up, pour my coffee slow. Scroll through posts that say just go for growth. Everyone's climbing, shining, aligning, and I'm still refining my bio line. I try to sound inspired, but it's tough. Who knew self-branding could be this rough? LinkedIn feels like homework. I'm pretending to be my best, turning life into a network. Every post feels like a test. Smiling in the headlines, dreaming in the burbs. It feels like I'm selling my soul with clever words. LinkedIn sure feels like homework. Congrats on your new romance. Type that lie with my own 2 hands. I'm happy for you, I swear it's true. Just wish I knew what I'm supposed to do. The feed says hustle, the feed says rest. No one agrees, but I'm still stressed. LinkedIn feels like homework. I'm pretending to be my best, turning life into a network. Every post feels like a test. Smiling in the headlines, dreaming in the burbs. It feels like I'm selling my soul with clever words. LinkedIn sure feels like homework. pretending to be my best, turning life into a network. Every post feels like a test. Smiling in the headlines, dreaming in the verbs. It feels like I'm selling my soul with clever words. LinkedIn sure feels like homework.
Wow, doesn't it? LinkedIn feels like homework. Now, we haven't got anyone up on stage at the moment. I've been talking to myself for 27 minutes, and well, I've got to be honest, I'm getting a bit sick of it. So I'm going to play a couple more songs and see if anyone comes, and then I will kill it. I will kill the show. And if I do kill it, that's okay because no one's here. But I won't be able to start again as a live stream on LinkedIn unless I schedule it ahead again, which I did 3 weeks ago. So it's interesting. But I really want to pick up on this idea of multi-streaming.
Multi-streaming 101. The choice is crystal clear. Now you can stream your story for the world to hear. Pick your path, there's no wrong run. Learn the rhythm. Multi-streaming 101. Hit that go loud. Time to spread the sound. YouTube, LinkedIn. Let's spin it all around. One stream, many places, like magic in the clouds. Grow your crowd wider, make your fans proud. Oh, no need to juggle tabs or crash your feed. One upload, one dream, that's all you need. Multi-streaming 101. The choice is crystal clear. Now you can stream your story for the world to hear. Pick your path, there's no wrong run. Learn the rhythm. Multi-streaming 101. Chats all together, no one left behind. Messages flying, engagement combined. But focus can fade when you spread too thin. Deep roots grow slow. Where do you begin? Oh, Twitch lights up, YouTube glows, LinkedIn's in the mix, and everyone knows growth is fast when you break the mold, but building a tribe takes time and soul. Multi-streaming 101. The choice is crystal clear. Now you can stream your story for the world to hear. Pick your path, there's no wrong run. Learn the rhythm. Multi-streaming 101. Multi-streaming 101. Oh yeah, the choice is crystal clear. Now you can stream your story for the world to hear. Pick your path, there's no wrong run. Learn your rhythm. Multi-streaming 101.
Hey, we're half an hour down, 32 minutes. I'm going to go for a record today. I think my record is 45 minutes talking to myself. That's even a big record for me. Like I'm just having a bit of fun playing all the songs I can. I've just about gone through the whole list. But I will keep playing these songs and keep hoping that people will turn up. Lachelle is listening in from Atlanta, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. The question we're asking today is local or global? I would just love to know what you're thinking. Do you want to just go down the shops and pick up some bread and have a chat to the barista? Or would you rather hang out with people online in New Zealand and Atlanta, Georgia, and Georgia, Europe? You know, Eastern Europe. What a cool idea. Anyway, I there's no wrong or right answer, but I'm very interested in your thoughts. I've just about run through all of the songs, but one thing I am doing, and I'm very proud of this. On Wednesdays, I do a social audio tech check, and I'm very pleased to say that that's going pretty well. And Lachelle has saved the day. Oh, thank you. I've been talking to myself for half an hour.
Well, you've been doing good. You've been doing good. I just happened to see that you were live. So I just got the notification. So I didn't realize you were on for so long.
Where did you get it? Substack or LinkedIn, or how did you get it?
It came on my mobile device. So it popped up on my mobile through Substack.
Yeah. So this is good. Like what we're doing today, I'm really interested in this idea. I wrote an article, global or local, and it's very important for me because I live in Melbourne, Australia. We are so far away from the rest of the world that we could do two things. One is we could just focus on our local area and completely forget about the whole world. Like it'd be very easy for us to do that. Or we could focus on the whole world and never leave the house, right? And maybe the question is, we probably do a bit of both, but I'm really interested. How do you do it? Global or local? What's your preference?
I think there should be no limits to that. I prefer global because I think, we miss out on opportunities to expose ourselves to different audiences. And so I think if you're going to do it big, and then you'll be surprised at your progress. So that's just kind of my mindset about it.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree because like Substack and you and I are both growing very fast on Substack. I love Substack. I haven't been as excited about a new site as this for 10 years, right? And the thing is that I'm meeting people from all over the world on Substack. And I got to be honest, I love it. I mean, I am so addicted to it. I use it every day and for hours a day. And look, I could go up the shops and meet people, but I'm talking to the same people, right? I could meet my baker. I could go and have a chat to him. He's a good bloke. Buy some bread, have a chat, see what he's doing. But I did that yesterday, and then I'll do it tomorrow. So I love talking to new people. Melbourne has 6 million people. I could probably do this every day and still find new people. But the idea of global is so much more interesting, isn't it?
Yeah. And I think also you'll be surprised at the what you have in common with other people. I think we limit ourselves sometimes if we just want to stay in our own area. And you'll be surprised how many people have the same interests as you that are across the world. And so when you open yourself up that way, I think you attract more of the right people that are aligned with your brand and the things that you're interested in.
I think actually what you've said there is really important. Like the great thing that I love about the global experience is that there are 8 billion people on the planet. Surely some of them are going to think like me. I have been to events, and this might not happen to you, but I've been to events in the city and I'm thinking, I don't know anyone here, and I haven't really got anything in common with anyone here. And I've gone all the way into the city and I'm thinking, this is how I think. This is a waste of my time. I'm not enjoying it. I'm not really resonating with these people. And then I go home and I feel a bit dejected. This is how I personally feel. But, you get online and you meet someone from Atlanta, Georgia, on the other side of the world. We may never, ever meet in person, but we're connecting. I honestly don't get this feeling in person. I don't. And that's why I'm asking this question. I'm very open to the idea. I'm very open to the idea of what other people do, but I do not get this feeling when I'm in person. And you probably do, and you and Bez are much more social than me. But I just find that since COVID, I've come into my own because I can meet people who think like me. And I've also met a lot of people that don't think like me, but then that's fine too. But we don't tend to hang out. You just, you say hello and you're very polite. But, Substack itself has 50 million users. That's 10 times the population of Melbourne and 2 times the population of the whole of Australia in one app on your phone. I mean, it's astonishing, isn't it? Absolutely astonishing.
Yeah, and I think, one of the things that I have found with using apps when it comes to connecting with people is that it gives you intentional, deep conversation. If you are meeting someone in person, there's a lot of distractions. Maybe the room is cold, or, the music might be loud, or, maybe the place is getting ready to close, or you're trying to eat, you've got something in your hand. But when you are on an app, it's like intentional conversation. There is no real distraction, outside of, if you're listening to me right now, I'm in the main area, so you're hearing this background noise with my kids. Either they're on the phone or they're slamming the door or something like that. But for the most part, you're in this deep, active listening exchange. Whereas if you're in person, there's a lot of things going on.
I just love that. I just love that idea that, we are very intentional. I am a very intentional person. And you are right. We could go to a cafe and talk, and then there's the waitress and the dogs barking and there's music. This has happened a lot. You often say, "Oh, look, I can't hear you because the music's too bloody loud." Hang on. We're at a cafe and the music's too loud. I've been to events or been out for dinner with people and saying, "Look, I'm so sorry, I can't hear you," because there's someone talking on the next table. They're drunk and they're shouting. They've got floorboards and the place is booming. I've been out with my dad. He's 88 years old and he has to lean over and he goes, What are you saying there, Keith? I can't hear you. I'm trying to eat my pizza and I can't hear what you're saying, and you're sitting right there." So I love this insight into the global experience. I would love to hear what other people think of it. And I'm so glad to hear you say that, Lachelle, because I've always been a little bit embarrassed that I'm not an in-person social creature. And always been embarrassed by that. But when COVID happened and we were told that we couldn't go outside for 2 years, my heart rejoiced. I thought, finally, I'm allowed to be myself. finally, I can be myself. I don't like going outside, and now I'm allowed. I'm allowed to be myself. And my wife thinks this is crazy. She goes, "Keith, human beings are designed to go outside and meet real people in real time." I said, "Yeah, well, maybe, but I don't like it. But when I'm online, I feel strong. I feel alive." It's a bizarre feeling, and I'm so glad you've given me some vindication there, because we're all different, aren't we?
Absolutely. And I think it is really inspiring for me to hear people know themselves and accept themselves, because for years when I was going through my depression, I was not that way. I was always trying to be a chameleon to whatever the situation was. instead of just really embracing who I was, So I think when you know yourself, there is a attraction to that from other people. And it really takes the pressure off to feeling like you have to conform or something like that. And then you're able to intentionally, even if you want to get out of your comfort zone, you can make small steps for yourself that are comfortable for you and not feeling like you have to just jump in and just do everything. And I think that's the same like with anything with your business. You may be really gifted in some of the things you do, but then there's a new platform or there's new technology. So when you are getting to the point to where you allow yourself the freedom to try things in baby steps, it's a ripple effect in all areas of your life, not just, your personality, but it can impact your business and things of that nature.
I love this. I'm so glad you're muting. You do live in a very noisy place, but what I love about this discussion is that during COVID, and we all had a different experience from this, and we may, in Australia, you may not know this, but we're going to run out of petrol by the end of April. There's going to be no petrol in Australia at the end of April. So we're all trying to work out how to save petrol. Public transport is free. And there's a big push to work from home again, because if you don't drive your car, you can't use petrol, which means it'll last longer. We are definitely going to run out of petrol at the end of April. It's a bit of a scary thing. So these challenges that we are subjected to at the time, you think they're awful, but during COVID, I came right out of myself and thought, this is who I am. And I'm sick and tired of pretending to be someone else. And I thought for 2 years, I was really in the zone. Right? And when COVID finished, I said, I don't want to go out. And I jokingly say I'm like the Japanese soldier they found in Papua New Guinea in 1974, where the Prime Minister of Japan had to go and say, look, mate, the war did end. You can come home. You can come home if you want. The war's over. 30 years later. They took him 30 years to find him. I don't know if you know that story, but I feel like sometimes we get all this pressure to be someone else. And I can go into the city. I won't die, but I don't love it. And I'm sick of having to pretend that I do love it. And so that's why I'm asking this question. And if look, by opposites, if you love going out and meeting people, then you should do it. You shouldn't be forced to use an app or be in your phone all the time because all your friends are saying, oh, you got to try this new app. It's called WhatsApp. It's so good. It's not new now, but it's got 3 billion users. What do you feel this pressure sometimes? Or do you know people that do, Lachelle? Feel this pressure to try all these new things?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. People tell me stuff all the time, and then just trying to keep up with my children, with some of the stuff they're into. But I think, I don't know if it has something to do with age. The older I get, the more I value intimate conversations, meaning, small groups and, where you're able to have deeper conversations. I think you can go out and you can be around a lot of people. I got my degree in marketing, and a lot of that was around, working a room. You go to an event, you try to meet as many people as you can, get as many connections. And so it's a lot of superficial conversation. But I'm just at an age now where I just don't value that anymore. I feel like life is short. I want to have more meaningful conversations, and I'm not trying to sell everybody. That's just not my thing. I now realize that everybody is not for me. The people that are attracted to me, they're going to show up and I don't have to drive myself crazy trying to jump through all the hoops of all the things of all the different platforms, because I feel like the right people will find out about me because I will be able to show up in the places that matter. I think when you're doing all the things, you miss great opportunities because you, one, expel a lot of your energy for things that may not be a good fit for you. So you can't show up for the things that you need to be showing up for.
Oh, let's pick up on this. This is exactly. I'm going to play a little sound, and we have a winner on table 7. So what you've just said there is exactly why I asked the either or question. Lots of people say, mate, I do everything. I can do both. I can do either. Yeah, you can. You can do either. I'm not telling you to do either or, but there is a certain thing that you do better than the other. You know, if I was focusing on going out into the city, which I don't like to do, then I wouldn't be my best self. I can do it. I can put on a face and I can even pretend to be a nice person. I am a nice person, but I can pretend to be a happy person in crowds. Like, that's a big ask for me. And I'm not sure I could pretend for very long. But I can do it. But if I tried to be a good person in person, and then I weaken my natural skill, which is online. Like, I'm so into this. I could do this. Like, I will give you a really good example. I saw a mate of mine in person 2 weeks ago, and after 3 hours, like, I had to get home. Like, I felt like a fish out of water. I felt like I was dying. I felt like I was dying. I couldn't breathe. I was getting a bit nervy. After 3 hours, I just had to get out of there. Like, I didn't tell him. I just said, mate, look, it's probably time to wrap it up. I'm getting a bit sort of edgy. Can we go now? Can I go now? Are we there yet? And then when I got home, I had this, I'm home, safe, lock the door, close the curtains. No one's going to talk to me for 2 hours. I'm just going to sit on the couch. Right. And I had this very visceral experience. This is how I process the world. But you know me, I can do these shows for 6 hours sitting in this chair, no trouble. I can do 6 hours. 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. still going. The lights are, it's getting dark outside. Carol rings me going, I'm on the way home. What's for dinner? Oh, shit, I better stop. I could go all night because it's effortless for me. And so why would I spend time doing things I don't want to do, that I'm not good at, that I hate doing, when I could be doing something that I'm really good at, that I love doing, and I help people better. Do you agree, Lachelle? I mean,
I totally agree.
Play to your strengths.
Play to your strengths because, you know, there's something out there for everybody. And there's a magnetism when you're doing what you love. That energy comes through for people that may be in your environment or on your platform or whatever. And you can't reproduce that easily. So I think a lot of us really burn ourselves out doing things that other people tell us that work in theory, but a lot of people don't do themselves. You know, I liken it to, you know, I had to get my degree in business for marketing, and there's a lot of theory that I learned there, but not everybody that was teaching me actually was doing the stuff they were telling me I should be doing.
Is that common? Let's talk about this. I remember this is a very important conversation to have. I taught in the TAFE system, and I worked at a university, and I remember talking to the adjunct professor of social media studies at South Korean university. Those things are probably not correct, but the point is that there's this person who was the adjunct professor teaching young kids to do social media, didn't have any social media accounts herself, right? And I said, how do you do it? Oh, I read a book about it. I know how it works. What do you mean you read a book? Yeah, well, I've got a friend who's got a LinkedIn account. We have a bit of a chat over coffee once a week. but you're not doing it. No, I'm not doing it. I'm too busy teaching, Keith, to be doing it. What are you teaching? What are you teaching if you're not doing it? Well, all the theory works out, Keith. It's all there. Anyone can read about this stuff. I just teach it, in a classroom. I had a really big argument with her because I'm thinking you cannot teach something you've never done. You cannot. Imagine going to a guitar teacher who can't play guitar. Imagine going to a singing teacher who's never sung in a band. How can you do it? You can't do it. You've never done it. This is sort of what you're saying, isn't it, Lachelle? And the world is full of phonies, isn't it? The world is
absolutely. And so what happens is, they give you the wrong insight, or it's an ideal scenario, maybe with more followers or a different rhythm that people have acquired over time. There's a lot of moving parts when it comes to theory, because not everybody is starting on the same foundation. Some people might have a leveraged network that they're dealing with. And so when they tell you to do certain tasks, it has a different impact because you have a network of people that support you in some of the things that you're doing. It could be your skill set is different. Maybe you're trying to pursue some marketing, but you also have experience in accounting or finance or something like that. So everything is not equal when it comes to theory. And if you are uncomfortable about this theory, you're not even able to kind of grasp what your strengths or weaknesses are in relation to the theory, because you're so busy just trying to follow the formula that they tell you, that you don't really have the bandwidth to kind of say, okay, well, I can do this instead of that, because your level of confidence may not be there, because you feel like, oh my gosh, I'm just now learning this, so I have to follow everything that they're telling me to do.
I just love this. I love this discussion so much because I firmly believe that you have to do something in order to teach it. Now, that isn't a very interesting discussion. If you want to come and talk to me about that, I'd be very easy. I'm very open to it. How can you teach cooking if you can't cook? Well, it's pretty simple. If you can't cook yourself, if you can't cook food yourself, I don't want to cook myself. If you can't cook food yourself, how can you reasonably teach other people to cook? It's just common sense, right, to me. But there's all these people in the world that have never done it, that are teaching you to make 6 figures in a week and having never done it themselves. It's just a scam, right? And I'm just going to call it out. It's a scam.
Well, and I think that there are some things that we can teach, even though we may not do well, right? So I look at me as a parent. There's a lot of mistakes that I made, will continue to make. But the fact that I can discuss those with being able to give more insight as to why it didn't work, right? So it could be the same thing. Like if you're trying to teach somebody how to cook, well, I say, don't do it this way. I tried it and, I burned up whatever. I had the temperature up too high, but you're giving insight around an experience that you've had. So I don't think you always have to be the expert. I think, but if you're honest enough as the person who is getting the insight from someone, you have the freedom to ask questions around your own truth. So if I feel like, well, I used to have a history of maybe yelling at my kids, so what do you suggest I do instead of yelling or feeling like there's this power struggle? What's another way I can handle that? If I'm not honest about some of my flaws, then I'm not going to even learn from anybody, because I think when you're pursuing things with the ideal that you're going to be perfect in it, you're setting yourself up for disaster as well.
I love this discussion because a mate of mine has the perfect wife in a sense that she cooks him 3-course meals and doesn't complain to him, and then says behind the scenes, "Look, mate, can you just teach him to cook something simple? It would be nice to have a night off. Could you just teach him to cook baked beans on toast? Come on, he's bloody hopeless at everything." And I'm really fascinated by this because I can't cook that well, but I can cook. And once or twice a week, I deliberately, as a sort of a dutiful husband, I want to give Carol the night off. And I said, "Look, I'll cook tonight. I'll just make something simple. It's not going to be excellent, but at least you won't have to do it." So if she's running late from work, I might, make a spaghetti, or I've got about 6 meals in my sort of repertoire. And to your point, if I was to teach my friend who can't cook to cook basic meals, I'm talking about my truth. I'm not a chef. I didn't learn this, but I can give my wife a rest. And I desperately, desperately want to shake him and say, "Mate, can you have a go?" Like she's working full time. She comes home, she cooks a meal, and you just sit there watching TV. Can you at least have a go? And maybe that's a good point too, isn't it? That you've got to come from your own truth.
It's true. Well, and I think it also depends on, what their arrangement is, what they've agreed to. I think, there's always that evolution that takes place in a relationship. I may do all the cooking from my kids when they start out, but as they get older, I'm requiring them to do things in an effort to help them to be more self-sufficient.
Yeah.
So I think also, it's about actively communicating with people, because no one is a mind reader and things change. If I was a stay-home mom and never really worked outside the home, and then all of a sudden I have a business that's at home, but I'm still taking time away from the family working, then that's a different dynamic. And so we have to come to the table and figure out, hey, this is how it started, but now things are changing. What works for everybody and what are they willing to contribute? So it start looking a little different.
I've been thinking about this a lot because I remember once we were chatting about this, and I said, look, as a guy who grew up in a rural town, I was not encouraged to learn any of these skills, right? And I can tell you for sure, I often think about this. I wake up and I'm not thinking I better do the vacuuming today. You know what? I might bake a cake today. I never think of this. Well, I better do the vacuuming. I mean, I guess I should do the clothes. I guess I should put the dishes away. But I never wake up thinking, you know what? I'm going to do the dishes today. I'm gonna mow the lawn. I'm gonna vacuum the carpet, because I was never brought up to think about these things. They were just they miraculously got done, and I never worked out how that happened. I just, tea time was dinner time was there and there's food on the table. I didn't work out how that happened. I just sat down and there was food on a plate because I was a kid, right? It never occurred to me, how did you do that? Can I have a go? Never occurred to me, because that's not our upbringing. But I love what you're saying. Jay is listening in from Alabama, and this is a very interesting point. I want to sort of slightly change this discussion a little bit. There is I know you've made several comments on LinkedIn. They still have not shown up for me on Restream, and I reckon there's probably about it looks like an 11-minute delay. There's several of these comments you've made, Jay, that still haven't shown up for me on Restream. Let's just see how it goes. I'll play as soon as it happens. This is very interesting. It's a live discussion. Hey, Jason, jump in if you want to speak. I'll bring you in a minute. The show on LinkedIn is live and it's working, and I want to have a big chat about how LinkedIn is changing. I'm not for the better, in my opinion, and I might get banned forever if I keep saying this. But 11 minutes ago, Jay made a comment and it still hasn't popped up on my restream. 11 minutes ago. So I don't know how long it's going to take it to come, but when it does, I was a legacy media industry. I was in the legacy media industry as a TV news anchor. When that comes up, we'll know how long it is. At the moment, it's 11 minutes ago. It still hasn't come up. So can you believe it? And guess what? There it is. So there's an 11-minute delay. There's an 11-minute delay. I'm so sorry about that. That's very, very, very embarrassing. But so be it. So what I'm really interested in, Lachelle, is what are your thoughts about LinkedIn? We're about an hour in, so they're not going to hear you. Do you use it, or do you prefer other sites? Because LinkedIn is being a bit troublesome. One of the things that happened this week, the reason I'm asking this question is LinkedIn will now, you can no longer go live on LinkedIn spontaneously from, I think, the 22nd of April. So if you're doing a live stream, or you just think, you know what, I'm in the zone, I'm at the pub, I'm at the park, let's just push go. You can't push go. You have to schedule it ahead, right? So they're taking all the spontaneity, all the spark out of life now. Now, this is a very minor change. But for me, it's a major change because I'm a very spontaneous person. So if I decide, you know what, I'm just going to go live, I have to schedule that ahead in order for it to work. Do you spontaneously do your shows, or do you schedule ahead, Lachelle?
I do a little bit of both, but I never really was spontaneous, I believe, on LinkedIn. So that is kind of interesting. So I think that maybe they're trying to kind of control their bandwidth around, how much people are doing, on that platform. Like when we had the audio rooms, I think it was just taking a lot of data, and that's kind of why they got away from it. But video is the key to a lot of connection and conversion. And so there's probably a lot more people doing video, and it's still taking up a lot of data and bandwidth. That's what I would think. So
it's a very reasonable point, because my prediction, March 2026, you wait to see how long it happens. It might take 2 years, but it's going to happen. My prediction is that LinkedIn will put live streaming behind the premium format. At the moment, you can do it on a free account, but my gut feeling, I'm just going to say it, is they're going to put it behind a paywall, and it'll be a premium feature. Now, for me, premium is about $50 Australian a month. A lot of money. Just a lot of money for a hobby job. I'm just doing this for fun. $50 a month just to live stream to LinkedIn, it's not worth it. And Substack's free. And it's more than free. It's bloody brilliant. Like, it's really brilliant. I want to bring Jason in on this because he's a very good mate of mine from Alberta, and he uses it all the time. Would you agree that Substack really is a bit of a game changer now?
is Jason here? Are you talking to me, or are you talking to Jason?
I'll bring in Jason in a minute. But would you agree?
I'm sorry. I was like, I don't even see Jason. Okay. I agree that it has been a game changer. I think the whole way that they support people who understand what their message is just amazing. They take all the heavy lifting off of you having that spontaneity about creating content, or they make it where it's a lot of fun and you're even more engaged to do different types of content. So for somebody who maybe they just wrote articles, but because they make it so effortless for you to do live video, and they repurpose the content, they make the clips and post it to 2 other social media platforms, they take a lot of the work out of that for you. And if you're a content creator, that is exactly what you need in order to a lot of times get more comfortable with your messaging or find the right way to attract the people that you're meant to attract.
Yeah,
So,
I've often said, and I even wrote a song, that LinkedIn feels like homework. Like it feels like it's the wrong. I'm trying to be a round peg in a square hole. I'm trying to do what I do in a very limiting format. Whereas Substack, which I love and I use every day, it feels like home to me. Like I come there and I just feel at home straight away. I feel like I can be myself. I can do my thing, and I get rewarded. I certainly don't get restricted. So I do a blog post, 200 people view it. Tick. You know, I get a sense of accomplishment because I've done what I love. People like it. They comment on it, they view it, they share it. I just don't get that feeling on LinkedIn anymore, and I probably never did. And I've been trying to make LinkedIn more like what I want it to be, and it isn't. And I guess it's a slow realization that maybe it was never designed for me and people like me, creative people. It's never designed for me. I'm not a job seeker. I don't want a job, and I'm not a recruiter. And I'd be very fascinated to know what people think of that. Jay and people listening in, Jason, would you agree that, I mean, LinkedIn is not designed for creative people, is it?
absolutely. And I think another thing is that's another area where people give you blanket information that may not be relevant to you. You know, really understanding the medium that you're on for your business is very important. You know, there are some platforms that cover a lot of different niches or industries and things of that nature. But when you truly understand the medium, you know exactly how to leverage that medium for your business or the type of people that you want to connect with. And I think a lot of people run into the problem of trying to be that square peg in a round hole because they listen to some insight from somebody who is just telling them things because they're not practicing it. So it's like, oh yeah, you need to, you know, get all your media, your social media together on one day. You need to block out the time and you need to do it. And then you can post here and post there. But if they're not conscious of the audiences that are on each of those platforms, they'll be telling you to do all kind of stuff and it's not going to move the needle. But what it is going to do is have you burnt out and exhausted because you're trying to talk to the wrong people.
Now, you've mentioned a very, very good thing here. Let's pick up on this idea that LinkedIn is full of generic advice. Oh, that is such a strong comment. It's so insightful. There is so much content there that is very generic, that it maybe works for some people, but it doesn't consider your circumstances. Right. And what they're probably trying to do there is saying, look, this is a very generic little freebie, but really you need to call me. And when we talk on Zoom, I'll give you the goss about what you and I need to do together. It's very, what's the word? Mercenary. It's very transactional. I'll give you a little breadcrumb, a little bit, just one skerrick of information, but really you need to call me. And that'll be $200, please. You know, whatever they charge. And I think, well, okay, that's fine. You know, that you got to make a living, maybe. But with Substack's a much more generous place. Hey, here's an idea I thought of. Have you tried it? Let's go and have a chat about that. It's a much more generous place because the people there are not as mercenary. Like, we're creators, we're creative, we understand it. I get it. I feel like I'm hanging out with my team, and I've often heard the word mercenary applied to LinkedIn, and it's fair enough. You need to make a living, and you need to charge for what you know. But I don't think there's any generosity there. Geez, that's a good question. Is there generosity on LinkedIn, or is it all mercenary? I find it a little bit too corporate, a little bit too open and shut. If you want to pay me, you got me. If you're not, piss off. There's no middle ground. Am I being too harsh there, Lachelle, or do you feel that sometimes too?
Well, I think, that is good that you have those extreme things, because that's what it should be like, right? We should either repel or attract. When you get into this middle gray area, nobody's doing anything with that. It's just like stagnant. No one's making a decision to buy, or no one's making a decision to leave. And so I think the fact that you have that experience is perfect, because you know where your people are, the things that really light you up, that support your business or whatever. And so a lot of people don't have that insight with a lot of social media. They are just trying something. When it doesn't work, they feel like it's something wrong with them, instead of asking better questions or having more insight around, a lot of the moving parts, whether it's the audience that you're trying to talk to, the medium that you're on, or something of that nature.
I totally agree, and I really want to pick up on this idea. I won't do too much LinkedIn bashing today, but I really want to pick up on global or local. Now, I'm going to go down a bit of a rabbit hole and say that you probably could but shouldn't do both. Very controversial. Most people want to do a bit of everything. As you said, Lachelle, they want to do a bit of everything, and really they just float around. They're not in, they're not out. They're just sort of touching the bases. Right. Oh, maybe this will work. Maybe that'll work. Maybe this will work. I don't know. Can't tell. Don't want to decide. Haven't decided yet. It'll work out one day. No decision. No sort of incision. Like no sharp, decisive action. Right? I dislike LinkedIn. I'm just going to say it. I love Substack. I'm just going to say it. Now, those two things make my life easier. I love Substack. I'm seriously thinking I might drop LinkedIn altogether. And so by floating around and having all of these things on the go, LinkedIn, Substack, WhatsApp, Discord, Luma, Zoom, you're nothing to nobody. You're sort of floating about. But I'm going to be the best guy on Substack I can be. Like, I'm really rocking it. I'm just proud to say I'm just really rocking it. And I think that comes from decision, doesn't it? Would you agree? It comes from decisiveness.
Absolutely. And I realize, I'm not for everybody. So that also relieves you. There's also the idea of feeling like, we're not productive if we're not everywhere. So, some people are struggling with that, where they feel like they have to be on every social media platform, the fear of missing out. I just deleted one of my duplicate accounts on LinkedIn, and there would have been a time I've been like, oh my gosh, maybe I should merge it or whatever, and I'm like, delete, get it over with, so I feel like we kind of have this feeling of being hostage to, we don't even have the creativity to really expand our own brand. Because we get on these free platforms, and most of them are free, right? I mean, I have the premium LinkedIn, but it was a special, and I am using it for certain things, but it's not something that I feel like I have to have. I am strategic about why I have it right now. So I feel like everything else, these are free platforms, and it's not something that is readily converting for us. And so I think we need to understand that too. Why are we taking all this time to stress ourselves out on some of these platforms? Because it's not like you post and you get a conversion. There is no immediate gratification with a lot of these things. Now, if I was Oprah Winfrey or some other big name person where I could post something and have a link, I mean, she's got a lot of credibility. She's done a lot of things. So it's not like she has to do what other people have to do when they're just starting out or they're building their brand or their business. So I think, everything again is not equal. And a lot of times we miss out by thinking, oh, because I have access to this platform like everybody else, that means I can make $1 million tomorrow. I just think it's crazy.
So important. And Carrie, you might have a different opinion, and it's very welcome. We're now talking about the very sharp dichotomy between a love-hate relationship as opposed to this homogenous do everything and be everywhere for everyone idea. And I would very much welcome your thoughts on this. Do you love LinkedIn and sort of a bit ambivalent about Substack, or where do you hang out and what's working for you?
That's a great question, Keith. And what really works for me is going where the people are. And so I love LinkedIn because it gives me the opportunity to continue to build the community that I have. But in terms of available features, I find that Substack is a much better platform. I love that on Substack, not only can you do the newsletters, and people have to subscribe to you by giving you their email address, so they're actively engaged in the information that you're providing, but you can do an audio podcast, you can do a video podcast. Those are automatically sent with the right connections over to LinkedIn and YouTube. So you're still connecting with your YouTube platform if that's your preferred platform. But I also love that when you go live, you can also receive clips. Like I went live with somebody earlier today. I got 63 clips just from that one Substack live stream, and they're already labeled. They're already clipped, so I don't have to do anything but share them to the various platforms that I want to share them to. And in addition to that, my audio podcast is being live streamed. All of this is at no additional cost to me, at no cost to me at all. But my audio podcast gets live streamed to Apple. It gets live streamed to StreamYard. It gets live streamed to other platforms. Some of the platforms I'm not even familiar with, but I'm on there. And so I absolutely love things like Pocket Cast is one of the other alternatives. And so all of this is at no cost, and you don't get this on LinkedIn. You just don't. And so while LinkedIn people are more familiar with, and people have, maybe 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 followers, and I don't know if they've paid for those subscribers or not. But what I do know is that just because you have that many followers, if you have the same 5 or 6 people who are a part of your community, who are engaging in your content and coming to your events, you really don't have a network. And I believe that your network is equal to your net worth. So I find that it's really important on Substack, people intentionally subscribe so that they can receive your comments.
I think what you've said there is really powerful. For people that are not using Substack, I really, really, really encourage you to have a go at it. And let's pick up on this, because for me, Substack feels like home. It's the sort of thing that I love to do. But let me not just rant on what I feel like. Let's talk about the functionality. So when people subscribe to you on Substack, they are making a conscious decision that they want you to send them stuff. They want to hear from you. They want what you have. Now, they may not want to buy anything yet, but they get you. they've decided, you know what, I like this, because they can do two things on Substack. This is very important. They can follow, which means, look, I'm sort of India, but please don't send me anything. Please don't send me any guff. I'm just helping you, following along. But when someone subscribes, they say, you know, I get you. I want to find out when your new article comes out. I want to come to your gigs. I want to tell me more. Right? It's a conscious decision. It's a very sort of opt-in environment. Right? Very, very powerful. Like very powerful. So if you are on Substack, I'd love to hear from you. We'll get everyone on the call to share their Substack accounts. If you want to know what your stats are on Substack, you go to Dashboard Stats Audience 3. I'll put that in a minute. And this is what my current stats are. 59% of my people are in the US. And it even gives me the option to tell with the 5 states, one of which is Georgia. Have you done this, Carrie? Have you had a look at where your people are?
I have not done this, so this is very exciting. I know that you share this, but I have not looked at it. So I'm glad that you're going to put the link in the chat because I wasn't sure where to go to get this information. So continue.
Yeah. So why this is, look, this is an extremely important discussion because I live in Melbourne, Australia, and 6% of my followers are in Australia. And I'm not going to get many people coming to my show if I focus on Aussies because there's none here, right? There's hardly anyone in Australia is on Substack yet. No, they haven't found it. But 59% of my followers are in the US and 10% in Canada. So that's like 70% of my current followers are in the North American region. You can see that's all lit up there in the graph. Now, what that means is when I do my show, I should be consciously thinking of either Pacific time or Central time or Mountain time or what's the other one? Eastern time, and even Atlantic time, like Nova Scotia and, Greenland. But, there's 5 time zones there that are about, what is it? 10 times more popular for me than Aussies. There's no point me trying to convince Aussies to join Substack. They haven't found it yet. That's okay. We'll get there, maybe in like 2035, and we'll get there. Like we're just a little bit behind. We're a long way away. We're a long way away. We just takes us a bit of time to get this stuff. But by understanding, what I'll do is I'll throw to Layla, who has been a very good advocate for all that we're doing, LinkedIn, YouTube, Substack. And then what I'll do is I'll put this link into the chat, and we can all check our stats where we're going. It's Dashboard Stats Audience, but I'll put it as a written link. Layla, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Very, very good. Now, as a person in HR, you're probably a little bit more interested in LinkedIn than me, maybe a little bit more forgiving. But I find that it's quite a boring site. And I'm not getting very much traction there anymore. And I'm just wondering what you're doing. Are you doing stuff on Substack, LinkedIn, YouTube, a podcast? How are you getting the word out about what you do?
It's a great question. And actually, I've learned about Substack on your show. So I've been experimenting. And so far, I would say LinkedIn has shifted a little bit for me the past 2 weeks because I started doing those hot chocolate chats. So that creates some kind of level of engagement. I talk with the people, I take a picture, I post about who they are on LinkedIn and on Substack. And then it's just getting some traction right there. The interesting part is Substack is still new to me, but I'm still growing a tiny audience. Each and every day I get a new follower, a new subscriber. It's slower, but then it's a new platform to me because I've just not been on it for that long. And I'm actually having a lot of fun. And I think tomorrow I'm attending a training that Substack is offering because there's just so many tools, Keith.
Let's pick up on this.
So, and actually, like yesterday, the day before, I set up a page because I'm a co-host of a podcast, Besties Beyond Borders, with Coach Carey, and we're having a lot of fun in Substack. Like, Kate, like I don't know nothing about your StreamYard and all that stuff. However, because they created some kind of little studio, I'm able to start like just a very simple way of doing a podcast without having all the bells and whistles that I don't know how to operate. and it helped me just kind of like a beginner starter kind of kit in a way. And I've created now a page with the podcast with me and Carrie on it, with Besties Beyond Borders, and the podcast that we're doing live. Then it extract the audio. Now it's sending it to YouTube, to Spotify, to Apple something. It's just, and it's I'm just learning, but it's much more user friendly to start if you don't have no experience like myself.
I love this. I mean, it's astonishing. Like, and let's pick up on this for the people on the call that don't know. And Carrie, I want to throw to you on this. You came up with this idea. This is so cool. Substack is doing a show about their new studio feature, but they're using Luma, LU.MA, to do it. Now, Luma is probably the coolest site, second to Substack, because what you can do is you can get a list, you can email your list, and it's a little built-in ecosystem. Did you know about Luma, Carrie, before you found out about this Substack event? Have you signed up for it, and how did you find out about it?
I did sign up for it, and I found out about it from Substack. Substack sent a notification to people who are subscribed to, if you're on the platform, and I believe they just sent out the message to, I'm trying to scroll my messages now because I don't want to give misinformation, but I think it either came across my feed as a note. I don't see it in my inbox, so it must have come across my feed as a note, and that's how I signed up, or maybe they emailed it to me. I'm not really 100% sure, but I found out about it, and I did sign up because the studio is a new feature, and I'm super excited about that. And I'm not really familiar with Luma and all of the things that it does, but this is a master class Substack recording studio, and I'm fired up about it. I can't wait to get more information.
Oh, it's very good. Like, it's an extremely good format. So Studio, which is a format now inside of Substack, is something that allows you to really record content without having to go live. It's a very, very good idea. But Luma, like, this is really amazing that this is happening, because I've used Luma for a very long time. LU.MA, right? Now, what it does is, if you're running an event, Luma, which was very similar to Eventbrite, allows you to create an event, take names, send emails, completely free. I think up to 500 names, right? So I use Luma like every day. And if you've ever wondered what I'm talking about when I say, where is Keith today? That is an example of how to use Luma. So if you go to where is Keith today, it'll take you to a lovely calendar, and you can sign up for the events that are coming, and you get an email the day before and an hour before. Right. So you get a reminder, and then I can then send a magical email the day before and say, hey, just in case you didn't get the email, here's what tomorrow's show's all about. Please come. It's going to be so much fun. There's going to be people calling in from all over the world. And if you've got any questions, just let me know. Right? So it's a miracle. It's a miracle site. Like, it's just unbelievable. And again, how are you going to know this stuff unless people tell you? There's so many cool sites out there. And Carrie, you'd never heard of it, right?
Sorry, I was talking with the mute button on. So you all see I'm new to technology. I have to remember to unmute. So I'm not familiar with Luma at all, but I'm super excited to go to this workshop and learn more. I didn't know that you could set a calendar in that way and kind of remind people about what you have going on. So that's really a neat feature as well.
How do you do it, though? How do you tell people what's going on?
I tell people what's going on through newsletter articles.
Okay,
and
newsletters,
then
yeah.
I use the newsletters, and then I post, I create an event. So on LinkedIn, I'll create an event, and that's how I let people know what's going on. And that event, I'll share it to all the other platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and I just kind of continue to reshare throughout the week with updated information. And I'll use some type of AI technology to help me to outline the post that I'm putting up.
Oh, I love this. I just love what we're doing here. So, picking up on the global stuff, like I'm very proud of this. Canada has jumped into number 2 on my list today. I've got some updated stats that are a little bit blurry, but these are my most recent stats for February. Americo, are you using these alternative sites? I know we throw around a lot. Luma, Substack, you use School, but I really want to pick up on your thoughts on LinkedIn, because I think you have a very unique position on LinkedIn. You quite like it, which means you're instantly different from me. But you're not having as much trouble as me. Are you getting some? Getting some kickback from LinkedIn? Your latest event had like about 1,000 views, didn't it?
We're at 2,500 plus views.
Wow! Wow! Look at that! 2,500 views. We love it. Yeah. Enough of that.
And that may have sparked something on the back end, because now I've had nothing but trouble with LinkedIn since that event.
What's happened?
So I keep being told that the email account on my profile they cannot reach me, and they're asking me to re-authenticate myself.
No way.
So
That's insane. How does that even happen? You had such a successful, all these views and audience. Like, what? It's like a new person or something? Like,
I have a ticket open with them. We're trying to figure this out, because every time I open up a session of LinkedIn, I get this pop-up. Hey, we're trying to get a hold of you. We can't. We need you to authenticate that you are who you say you are. So I go in, and the email that they are telling me that they can't reach me at is the email that I ask them to send me a reset link to. I get the reset, I create a new password, and it lets me in, and I go through this entire rinse and repeat cycle. Hey, we can't get a hold of you on your Gmail email. Can you please authenticate yourself? So I opened up a ticket. I have since removed my Gmail account, added an Outlook email. Let me tell you, it's been a dog's breakfast these last couple of days, because the minute I pick up my mobile device, I get this warning: you're at risk of losing access to your account because we can't authenticate you. It's like, authenticate yourself now. And I press the link, I authenticate myself. Right up until the next time I go back on LinkedIn, I get prompted again that I'm not being recognized.
This is genius. This is bloody good. This is like a parody on itself. And look what Jay says here. If you are trying to grow a business or create collaborations or a community, why would LinkedIn stifle that? Just because. Bloody brilliant. Like bloody brilliant. Like I've had so much trouble with LinkedIn that I'm almost given up using it. But what I have noticed, Americo, which you might want to try, their help desk on Twitter is very good. Their help desk on X, because it's another platform, it's separate. Like, you don't have to be on LinkedIn to access it. You do have to obviously be on X, but it's very good. They're very responsive and they're very helpful, and they seem to care. And they're probably as challenged by this as you are. Yeah.
It's this is the first time in my entire history with LinkedIn, and I'll probably get over this. It's probably just a blemish. There's a lot going on, and I'm sure they're trying to tighten up whatever security and firewalls and all the technical stuff that they're trying to do as a enterprise. And maybe they, being a Microsoft enterprise, maybe they want to push everyone to Microsoft. And this is just me hypothesizing, because I took down my Gmail email and replaced it with a Outlook email, and had no problems getting back into my account. So
Of
let's see.
course, they don't want you to use Gmail. Okay, that yeah, I
So-
get that. It's
So they're probably trying to, preserve their walled garden. Everything has to be Microsoft.
does
Possible.
Microsoft have an email
theory.
service? What's their service called?
Outlook. They own Outlook.
Oh yeah, but that's not an email address, is it?
Yeah, it is. Yep.
Oh, is it?
I have. Yeah, you can get a hold of me at Americo DaCosta 324 at outlook.com.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Yeah, this is actually sort of what I'm saying. This is actually exactly what I'm saying, really. Why should we be held accountable to big players when we're just individuals trying to make a living and make friends? It's like we're not corporations. We are people. We're not corporations, we're people. That sounds like a Pink Floyd song. We don't need no education.
That's a good one. I love it, Keith. That's great. But you're right, though. It's just like, isn't it called the whole point? Like LinkedIn is like linked to, like, to connect with people. So if you can't connect, what's the point of being on the platform if you're restricted to connect people, to use the tools that they actually provide? I don't get it. I mean, Carrie got restricted. Is it like a couple days ago, Carrie?
Oh, tell me, Kerry, what happened?
Oh, you got to hear this, Keith. You got to hear this.
Well, what happened is that I actively engage in the comments, as many of you who are on here tonight know. And so when I go to an event, I feel like the person is talking to just me. And so they say something, I say something. I say something, they say something. They put your comments up on the screen like you're doing with Jay, and it really makes you feel like you are a part of the community. Well, I guess I was talking too much for LinkedIn. And so there's a restriction on the amount of comments that you can make to an individual or to a live stream. And so they stopped me from making comments. I heard a little double beeping sound, beep, beep. And so I was unable to comment, and it restricted me for a few hours. I wasn't locked out of my account. I was still able to post, but I was not able to leave comments, not only on that live stream, but on anywhere else on the platform. And I understand that they're trying to minimize spammers, but it's the same thing with the invitations. You have 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 followers. It doesn't matter on LinkedIn. You can only invite a total of 1,000 people per week to your event. And I have two shows. I have a show on Saturday and I have a show on Sunday. And so I was like, when I first started, I was so excited. I invited all 1,000 on Saturday, but then I couldn't invite anybody on Sunday. And so those types of restrictions don't really help with collaboration and community, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, they're sort of a little bit draconian. Bez could give us a completely different view on this because he loves LinkedIn. He just loves it. But I don't love it. And I'm just sort of sitting in the middle. And what I want to come back to while we got a good, nice, big crowd is I just did an article, global or local, or what now has been called glocal. And if you were listening in with Lachelle said some very interesting things. Like, we like to think that we can do both. And we like to think that we can flip between one and the other. But in reality, most people agree, most people, maybe not these people, but most people, that you got to focus on where your strengths are. Like, I don't like going out. I don't like going into the city. I can do it. I can do it, and I can put on a face, I can shave, and even put on a suit and shiny shoes. But I go into the city, I'm not myself. There's people around. I mean, there's a lot of people around. Melbourne has 5 million people. And, I don't like it. But online, I can go for hours and hours. We're currently at 1 hour, 40 minutes. I'm just getting started, right? I can go for 6 hours online. But I went, to your point, Layla, I met Daniel, who's a lovely guy. But at the 3 hour mark, my body is saying, look, can we go home, please? I'm getting a bit edgy. There's people around. Can we go home now? I was getting a bit antsy. Had a bit of trouble breathing after a while. I'm looking, I've got to get out of here. I just got to get out of here. And some people are into local and some people are into global and some people are into both, but I don't know if you can do both. And I want to have that discussion. Can you do both or are you better to focus? What do you think, Layla? Given that we've got the Daniel example, nothing to do with Daniel. He's a fantastic bloke, but I just didn't want to be outside anymore. I was getting a bit sick of it. And does that happen to you too? I mean, Vancouver's a pretty biggish place, maybe 600,000, maybe 1 million now.
Actually, it happened to me today. I was outside. I said, okay, I need to get my milk, to get my hot chocolate. I wanted to go for a walk, and it was too loud. There was people yelling, screaming around everywhere. There were like cars and trucks, and that's just like the level of noise was so loud. I was like, I don't think I can stay outside for very long. I need to go back inside. For some reason, the noise really annoyed me today, and really, I don't know, I guess, if I don't sleep well, then my sensitivity to noise is much higher. And I'm just like, what in the world? Is it the world louder today, or is it just me that I can't tolerate? So I think there's a bit of both, Keith. When you used to be in your comfort zone and everything's accessible and you can just talk to anybody and everybody, I think, I'm a combination of both. I like to be in person, and I also like the online things because we're less limited by location and people you can meet. You're always going to most likely meet the same people because they're close by. With the ability to what we're doing right now, I'm meeting people around the world, and we've been friends for a little while now. Like, you're from Australia, I'm in Canada, Vancouver. How are there odds that we would walk on the street and meet each other and talk to each other, just even to say, hey, let's go for a coffee or hot chocolate, like you're around the corner? Very unlikely. So I think a combination of both, it's nice to have.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that, because this is exactly how I feel. Americo, I know you love being out and about. Do you ever have that feeling like, I'm sick of this, I got to go? Or are you just really into the outside world?
When I'm outside, I'm in the moment and enjoying it. Like Layla touches on, if it gets loud and crowded, I start to test my patience. Hence why I've only been to one concert my entire life. I just, being around 50,000 people, not my thing, especially when people are screaming and yelling. It really takes a toll on me. Where if I'm at a sporting event, completely different experience. The screaming is completely different, and I can't explain it. But I'm really leaning into this whole global community building. There's nothing like it. I got neighbors, and maybe this is a Western world thing, or maybe not. You guys tell me. But beyond my neighbors to either side of me, no one talks to anyone 2 doors down. Everyone's isolated, so local has very little meaning here.
You're very true.
And we're
local doesn't really mean anything. Right? I don't even know people 3 doors down.
So it's local is what people define it. It can mean different things to different people. And for me, local, and I always get, I'm going to say this, I always get shit on by Grace and my family members, and I always say, hey, let's go down the street. Let's go grab some lunch, or let's make plans. Well, where are we going? What's down the street for you? Because you'll drive 45 minutes and still call it down the street. But for me, that's local, right? If anything is within driving distance and I want to go and I want to make it part of my daily experience, my daily routine, then that's local. I will push the boundaries of local depending on what it is that I want to accomplish that day.
Yes, somewhere you can get in the car within one day.
Yeah.
that is true. That, like, Australia is a big place. You could drive from Melbourne to Brisbane, take you 3 days non-stop driving. Like you could drive for 3 days and still not finish. Like in Europe, you could get from London to Moscow quicker than Melbourne to Brisbane. I know that's a bit hard to get your head around, but the same as Canada. Imagine driving from Vancouver to Toronto. Like, it'd take you 3 days, wouldn't it?
Well, taking, for example, last week's show when we had Ron, and Ron's planning this photography tour in Alaska, and Layla was on the call, and just I started to visualize. All right, what if Layla wanted to participate in Ron's
'Cause she-
photog adventure? It's a 44-hour drive from Vancouver to Alaska, to the Alaskan border, let alone where Ron is probably flying into. So it's a couple of days just to get
She
there.
could get the boat. Couldn't she just get a boat up the coast from Vancouver? Isn't there a
I
boat?
guess you could.
There's a big cruise up the coast to Alaska. It's a thing. We've thought of doing it. Have you ever thought of doing it, Layla? Going up the coast from Vancouver to Alaska and making a weekend of it?
You know, I'll tell you one thing about Layla. She don't like being in a car for very long, so road trip is not my thing. I don't hop on cruises. I don't believe I would be the right candidate. For me, I hop in the plane, I get off the plane, I go to my Airbnb or whatever, I set it up, and then that's how that's how I roll.
Oh, bingo.
I don't have the patience. I get very antsy being in a car. Like, even if I'm in it with like 10 minutes, Keith, I was like, why are we driving for an hour? And people's like,
Are we
"You
there
can leave
yet?
for 10 minutes.
Are we there?
Yeah, I was
You
like,
would've been-
yeah, I'm
you would've
just like,
been
oh.
that miracle child sitting in the
So
middle.
what I do is usually I put headphones and I put music, and I do that also when I travel for business and stuff, because I get antsy of my own self. So I need to find a way to calm myself down, and I do that. So if you want to take like on your road trip, think twice, because I might just have to jump out of the car while you're driving on the highway. Just saying.
Yeah, well, it's very important. What about you, Carrie? Do you like the global experience or the local thing? I can't remember where you're actually from. I don't think I've seen that. But what's your local town, and do you love just hanging out in town, or do you prefer to do the global stuff?
Well, what I'll say to that, Keith, is that I'm not the same person I was pre-pandemic. So pre-pandemic, I was very much local in terms of community activism, grassroots organizations, you know, out and about, taking my son to soccer, taking my son to various events, visiting with people. And post-pandemic, I really am into virtual experiences globally. And so, similar to you all, I know the neighbors that are directly across the street from me, um, the one to the left, and that is about it in terms of my immediate neighborhood. My son has a few friends in the neighborhood that he used to talk with a few years ago, and that has changed. They mostly socialize. You know, he socializes the same way that I socialize, which is virtually. I get my groceries delivered. I get my personal needs for my home delivered. And so almost everything is being delivered. And so there's really not the same need anymore for me personally to even leave home. And to be quite honest, in the last, let's see, I left home in December. And I think I left home once or twice since then because I had a doctor appointment, but this is March 30th. So really between December 18th and March 30th, I may have left home a total of 3 times. I have a beautiful home. I love being here. My son loves being here, and I like connecting with people virtually.
You win. You know, if it wasn't for Carol, I probably wouldn't leave the house. It's a true story. If it wasn't for Carol, because Carol's a bit of a, she loves being, she works in the city, right? So it's the last thing she wants to do is go into the city on a weekend. But we want to go out for tea. We want to go for a bike ride, walk on the beach. But if it wasn't for Carol, I probably wouldn't leave the house either, because what happened during the pandemic is that we got permission to stay home. And a lot of us said, wow, I mean, how cool is this? How cool is this? Every Tuesday, 4:30, veggies arrive on the door. They take the money out via a credit card. We can go there and say hello if they've got a shop, but they deliver food to the house 4:30 every Tuesday. And that's enough food for me to live for a week. Wow. How did that happen? Never used to do that. We've been doing that every week since March 2020. Every year, every week for 6 years, we've had food delivered to the house. We're not going back. We're not going to take our little bags down there and try and find a park and put all the food in the boot. No way. There's no way we're doing that. It's just so convenient. It's a great discussion to have. It's a great discussion to have. But yeah, you are a sister from another mister, Carrie. I get it. I totally get it. In fact, I used to call the phrase reverse weekends. So like during the week, Monday to Friday, a me time, Carol's at work. I'm online all day, 10 hours. Then on the weekends, oh shit, got to get in the car and go somewhere. Do we have to? Do I have to? Yes, you do, Keith. You got to get out. You got to get out more. Okay. All right. I'll do it. Oh, this isn't so bad. Can we go now? Can we go home? Usually I have to have a bribe, like going out for tea or, get an ice cream, or there's got to be a bribe. I'm not just going out for the sake of going out, which is what we might have done ages ago. Did you used to do this, Americo? Do you just go out for the sake of going out, or do you have to give yourself or some of your people a bribe? Look, if I go out, I'll drive, but we'll go out for dinner. That'll be the reward. We're not just going for the scenery, are we?
No, I have no problems in spontaneously creating an event or a reason to go out. And yes, sometimes you have to negotiate and dangle that proverbial carrot in front of someone that suggests, hey, you're going to get a dinner out of this, or we're going to have some form of entertainment out of this in some shape or form. But yes, it does require a little coercing sometimes.
Yeah, like we go into the city to go to a gig, as you said. We went to Lincoln Park. Next week we're going to Papa Roach. 15,000 people in a room screaming songs. I said, look, if you want me to do that, we have to stay overnight and breakfast has to be included. That's the deal. I don't mind if we don't go, but if you want me to go, we have to stay overnight. That's my reward. It's the non-negotiable rider, as they call it in the music industry. If I'm going to go all that way, I've got to stay overnight, and they've got to put a big breakfast on. That'll be my reward. Just to go into the city and negotiate 15,000 people, then get back on the train and come home. No way. Not going to happen. And that's sort of what you're saying, isn't it, Americo? You got to give people a reason. Got to, yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
And
But I
they'd have
think also, Keith, to your point, I love that you use the word permission, that people didn't realize how amazing it was to be at home. And we're kind of conditioned to go to work for 40 hours a week and then just enjoy the weekend. And it's kind of the same way with these social media platforms. Like, just because something has been out, just because something is popular. And so there's this permission-based thought process that we use with a lot of things. But I didn't wait for anybody's permission to get on Substack. I just came over here. But I feel more community. I feel more connected, even though I haven't left home a lot. I feel like I'm talking to more people. I'm building more community. I'm engaging with more people virtually than I ever have, really, for my entire life. I think it's just absolutely amazing that I'm meeting people I would not have met in Canada, in Australia, and even other states in the United States. There are just people that I would not have met. I'm talking to people in the United Kingdom every week. I'm talking to people in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
So this platform has really allowed an amazing opportunity to be able to talk to people globally and build community that feels like your neighbor next door.
I think
100%.
what really happens here with online, this is a really amazing insight. I have been to networking events in my town and thought, I don't connect with anyone here. Sure, they live in Melbourne and that's what we have in common, but that's the only thing we have in common. And I want to give you this really cool but quite bizarre story. I went to this networking event in my local council, 10-minute drive from my house, got a park, stayed the night, so to speak, for a few hours at least. And this woman sat down next to me and says, look, I've heard you're a bit of a dude on social media marketing. Could you help me with my business? Yeah, of course. That's why I'm here. What do you do? She says, I just opened a brothel. Well, I'm pretty sure I could help you, but I'm not sure I want to. What do you mean you want to? It's honest. These people are there of their own accord. Yeah, but I'm not sure my wife would be very happy if I went home and said, guess what? I just got a client. I'm now doing this social media marketing for this brothel 10 minutes from my house. Right? It was a very uncomfortable position. So I just politely declined. But I've been to so many of these social media or these social networking processes, and someone sits next to me and says, hey, can you help me market my business? What do you do? I'm a dog walker. Okay. What do you do? I walk 6 dogs twice a day, $10 a dog. Well, that's $120 a day. That's not too bad. How do you do it? Well, that's why I'm asking you. Can you help me? I don't always get 6 dogs, and I don't always do it twice. And so some things you just don't want to do. Like I'm not sure I could do a social media campaign for a dog. Now, this is very interesting because Jason's probably going to come in soon, and he could probably do that. But I'm not into dogs. I don't have a dog, and I'm not really into pets, so it wouldn't be the right choice. Whereas with online, I might even bring Jason in specifically to talk about this. Let's have that while Jason is a very good mate of mine from Alberta who makes a very good living posting pictures of cute dogs. Who would have thought? No, he's never been to Australia. I've never been to his town in Alberta. We may never meet in real life, but he's got a fantastic business model, and I'd love to hear about it. But what do you think, Americo? Have you ever been to networking events and sat next to someone who has a business that you just don't want to promote? Has that ever happened to you in recent times?
I've been to
yeah.
Yeah, I've been to networking events where I have no interest in what someone is selling. And that's the thing with networking events. It's everyone, at least the ones that I've been to, people aren't genuinely interested in learning more about other people. They're interested in pushing their products and services on other people. So it is a networking event that is masked as a pitchapalooza. And I try to avoid those as often as I can and just try to learn organically. And there's no better way. I've had more success and more luck online, digitally, than those in-person events. My first attempt at something similar to your reference, I was approached by a lingerie shop. Now, what do I know about lingerie? Very little, other than it looks good on those who wear it. That's all I know. But I was recommended to help this business out, and we ended up just parting ways because, to your point, my wife says, "What do you know, and how are you going to help with your marketing services, knowing very little about fitting, about the product, the industry?" Like, yeah, you make absolute sense. Maybe I'm in the wrong lane and I need to get back into the right
But does
lane.
it now happen with the
And
shows?
it's
Does
okay.
it now happen with your shows? This is very, very cool because you've just come off a show. You've just had like a gig, haven't you? Tell us about your gig. You've just
I,
had a gig.
yeah, so the event, I had 2 events today. One was part of the school community. We had the happy hour hangout uh, earlier this afternoon, and we spotlighted a non-member and their school community. And as a result, everything kind of just succinctly fell into place because I brought someone who knew very little about live streaming, has never done it. This was their first time. And just as designed, I want live streaming to be part of my marketing. I want to be able to not just say, hey, here's what you got to do. You got to have good sound. You got to have good video, I want to be able to bring someone into a live stream and demonstrate in real time. Here's what it's like. I'm here, to support you. If you fall, I'll pick you back up. We'll get you in the lane that you're supposed to be in. And that's what happened today. We had someone who was extremely nervous, It was the first time doing it. And at the end, it's like, wow, you made it feel easy. You put me at ease. You made me feel comfortable. And now I want to learn more. And so he's now a community member, and he feels that this will drive value for the business that he's looking to grow. This afternoon, the event was a little different. Now, I am subject to a non-disclosure, so I got to kind of tippy toe around what I'm doing, but it is purely moderating someone else's event. So I'm making sure that the attendees are, I'm managing the chat, I'm managing the panel, making sure that those who are on stage can focus on their message, focus on their agenda, and not worry about the tech.
Oh, I love what you're doing. I just love it because you've got a skill that you love to do, and you help put people at ease who want to do it but have never tried it. That's a marriage made in heaven, isn't it?
It is. It really is, and I'm happy. I can't begin to tell you how happy I am, because for decades all I knew was boardroom talk with a financial service mindset, and those around me were of similar caliber and similar discipline. But today I'm meeting a whole new world of people from different walks of life, different geographies. Last night, we invited 2 new community members, one from Australia, one from Sweden, and they're artists. Both members that joined us yesterday are artists and have a school community that they want to go live with. One does watercolors, one does paintings, and they want to be able to host these live events and be able to demonstrate. And they kind of really align with what I'm trying to help them build. They want to do something in real time. They want to build a brand in real time. They want to go beyond creating just a learning module. They want to be able to demonstrate and do it with people in real time. And I just love the fact that people from different walks of life and different skills and different areas are coming, and I'm learning as we go along, because this is the beauty of community building. I always say it's like I'm building a community not to beat my chest and tell people what to do and how to do it, but to learn from one another. And that's exactly what we're doing.
I love the learning from each other bit. Like we each have a piece of that pie, and it seems a shame not to share it. Like we have done some stuff in our life that other people might not have done, and it seems a shame not to share that wisdom with them. It sort of goes a bit wasted, doesn't it? And so live streaming allows it. I'm so excited that you're doing this. And I don't know, Jason, whether you heard what we were talking about, but have you ever been to a networking event where you just didn't have anything in common with the people that were there? And if you have, that's great. I want to hear that story. And also, how would you promote a dog walking business? Because you love dogs.
I don't believe I've been to a single networking event.
Yeah.
Unless you consider dog parks networking, then I've been to lots of dog networking events.
You've never been to an event to promote the business you have in your local area?
No.
I guess
No.
it really does pick up on this idea, global versus local. Now, for you, this is a very good example. You live in quite a small town. I'm guessing maybe, 10,000?
Well, I live on a farm outside of it's a medium-sized city that has about 90,000 people.
Okay.
So Red
Round figures,
Deer's not
100,000.
teeny tiny.
100,000,
it's not
that's
tiny
okay.
tiny.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you got 100,000 people in rural Canada.
In where I live, yes.
Yep. But you have 100,000 followers on Twitter and Instagram and YouTube. You probably got more followers than people that live in your town. Like, I don't know if I know a single person like that. It's a pretty unique skill. You've got a following bigger than your town, like everyone in your town, including the mayor and all the teachers. So it wouldn't really suit you to work locally, would it?
No, no, like across all of our platforms, we're getting close to 1 million followers. So magnitudes more than our where we live. And most people where we live don't know anything about what we do. Though because our Instagram has grown quite a bit, it's kind of fun. We get recognized as we're out in the community sometimes, which is fun.
Hey, there he is. There he is. Hey, look,
Yeah.
there's Bunsen. Who's that guy? There's Bunsen.
Yeah, yeah. They love seeing the dogs. Us not so much.
You know, one of the things I'd love to talk to you about, Jason, I thought of you. I was talking to Bez about LinkedIn and how LinkedIn has per capita, by average, the most amount of money on the site. Like the average person who uses LinkedIn makes more than 100,000, and I'm thinking, does that really matter? And for you, it wouldn't, because on Instagram and all these other really funky sites, you create desire to buy your products from people who can afford them. They don't have to be on $100,000 to buy a dog stuffy, do they?
No, nope. I mean, I would love somebody to buy $100,000 worth of dog stuffies from us. But no, like the stuff we sell is affordable for the average person, and we make it that way. Yeah.
So I'm really interested in this B2B versus B2C. Like LinkedIn is very B2B and Instagram's very B2C. So, you know, the average stuffy might be what, $20, $50? You tell me. But everyone can afford it.
Like US dollars, 20 to $30. Yeah.
So
Yep.
it doesn't matter whether you're the executive of the company or a janitor or a truck driver or a school teacher, or, you know, you're fixing the roads. Everyone can afford a $20 dog for their daughter for Christmas, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And we're pretty proud of the stuffies that we've created. They're definitely more than what you'd get at Walmart. Like if you want a cheap stuffy, you can go get one for way cheaper than that. But they're kind of like one of a kind, right? They're modeled after our dogs, not like just a random dog. So
it's a very unique proposition, because we've known each other for a very long time, and we were chatting about the idea of COVID and how it's changed our view. Were you doing this before COVID, and did you have a very strong sense of the online world before COVID hit, or was that really the catalyst for you?
So we were starting to grow on just Twitter only, what was Twitter at the time. And then during COVID, that's when we got our second dog, Beaker. And the combo of the two, of Bunsen and Beaker, allowed us, like, I didn't take a lot of video, so I was not doing a lot of video before that. It was pictures and text. And I think that started us down the road of more video stuff. But like me talking to you, this audio medium, that only started during COVID. Like I didn't even know this was a thing before that.
Yeah.
And now like of the people who used to do this, it's like Bez, I recognize his name. Like I've talked to Bez quite a few times. But all of the the dozen or so people that started it during COVID, they're gone. I don't know what they're up to, but they kind of gave up on it. Whereas my wife and I incorporated this into our weekly show that we do a multicast of. So like this medium has been really beneficial to us.
It's I love what you're saying there, because you are right. In 2020, when we all started to explore it, it was hot. We were getting 200 or 300 people on the call, but you try finding some of those people that were doing shows there, you have no idea where they are. Everyone's sort of moved away or moved around. But so you are saying that before COVID, your view of the marketing world was totally different.
Oh yeah, I think we had, during COVID was our first attempt at a stuffy, and it didn't go great. So I learned as a small business person, that whole world is vastly different than my world as a teacher. There's different demands being a teacher, and there's different demands being a small business owner. So that it was a big learning curve, but from that, I mean, we've only gotten better. But like to answer your original question, I've never been to a networking event in my life. Not a one. No.
Wow. I envy you that. Like, I mean, it's never occurred to you. There's been no need. Yeah. There's just been no need.
I wouldn't even know where to look for one. I wouldn't want to go. Maybe somebody would have to explain to me what the point of it would be. Yeah, like I didn't even know, like, I've heard of them, but I have no desire. I'll just stay with my dogs and take videos of them.
Yeah, well, as I was saying, the local council here, Melbourne has 5 million people. So the local council, which is probably 100,000, so 100,000 people in that geographical area, says, okay, well, for every business owner that lives in this geographical area, we're going to have a once a week, once a month networking event with anyone in the area that wants to join. Okay. Yeah, no worries. And you go to this. Hello, Deb. Now, if you could you actually turn your camera off and add your thumbnail? I'd love to have you if you can. We've got a particular look there. You turn your camera off and you add an image, and I'd really love to hear what you're doing there. So we've brought you into the show, but I've got you in the backstage. So I went to this event, and as I mentioned, you may have heard before, someone came up to me and says, hey, I've heard you're a bit of a social media guru. Can I have a chat about my business? Yeah, no worries. I'm very excited. Oh, what do you do? She sat down next to me. She goes, I just opened a brothel. Do you reckon Twitter would work for brothels? Oh, what do you say? I mean, what do you say?
Well, Twitter not as good as X. I'm sure there's all kind of shenanigans on that site now.
All sorts of stuff. And so I thought, okay, well, all right. Logically, yes. Logically, we can probably do something with this site. But do I want to? Do I want to tell my wife that I'm working for a brothel? I'm not sure I want to be part of that. And I was sort of stuck on this table with this woman for 20 minutes trying to get out of it. And so these networking events, they can be a bit of sort of false economy in a way. Deb, jump in and tell us what you're doing. Welcome to the call.
All right. So speaking of brothels, I am a sex and relationship coach, and I have a podcast called the Better Sex Podcast. I also have a school community called the Better Sex Community. So I am somebody who thinks a lot, talks a lot about sex, and supports people in having better sex. Because I truly believe that better sex makes better humans, and better humans makes a better world.
No, this is good. So well, we're having the discussion now. What platforms do you use for that? Which ones work best? Tell us about what platforms you use.
Oh, great. Well, thanks for asking. So my podcast is on, it's on all the spots. I am moving towards YouTube, and my podcast is audio on YouTube, but I'm also starting to be more visual, more video oriented. I'm really enjoying Substack and School, and I am up for suggestions.
Okay, well let's have a bit of a chat about that. So you're using Substack and School. America uses both. I'm very interested in this discussion for people who haven't done it. I personally don't like School, but it's not my place to say that. But I just did. So, but I do acknowledge that it is a good platform. So let's have that discussion. Substack versus School. How does it differ? And how did you find this podcast? Are you following me on Substack, or did you come across it with on LinkedIn or YouTube? How did you find me?
Well, actually, I found it on School because I popped into the Your Stage community, and there is a live now, and so here I am.
So you're part. Well, that's a very good place to start. You're part of America's School community, so that's a very good place to start. Substack versus School. You found this podcast or this live stream because of a School community. Tell us about how you use School and what it does for you.
Sure. So first of all, I just want to say that the way I use Substack is as a connection to School. So for me, they're complementary. They work together. But what I do on School is that, I have my classrooms where people can get more, have more education about certain topics. I also have a free part where people can come in and start conversations or join conversations or just sit back and learn depending on their level of comfort, because fortunately or unfortunately, sex is a sexy topic and not everybody wants to come forward with it. Some people like to sit back a little bit. Some people are more the voyeur type versus the participant.
Yeah.
And so the beauty of School is it's a private situation, it's a private setting for people to be able to connect and to play at their level, as I like to say.
No, I love it. And America, do you want to double back on that and how School works with Substack and how they sort of intermingle in a way, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I will use Substack to complement and supplement my live content strategies for not only myself, but those who I work with, because I understand, as most of us do, the social media game is really about meeting community members where they are and distributing content in formats that they prefer to consume. So while I might be the live stream aficionado, advocate, call it what you want, there are people who may not have an hour, 2 hours, or in some cases, we've gone on for hours. And some people, you know what, just give me the skinny. Just wrap it up in a summary, an article, tell me what happened, and let me decide if whether or not I want to go back and listen to the replay.
Yeah.
So I will use those three formats. I use Substack, I'll use School, and I'll use YouTube to kind of meet my community where they're at and deliver content and distribute content in the format that they prefer.
This is a very perfect segue, because I know that this week you have said that you would like to get to 100 on each of those platforms, Substack, YouTube, and School. So put those links in the chat and I'll put them up. So this is a very good discussion about funnels. If you've got an end game here, the end game being 10 people who buy your things, you've probably got to talk to 1,000 people. And this is exactly what you're talking about, Carrie. You can invite 1,000 people to your show on LinkedIn. In reality, 10 people will come. 100 people will say they're going to come, but they don't. 10 people actually will come. Is this your experience? Do you find these numbers quite accurate, Carrie?
I think in terms of the percentages that they are relatively accurate, that you get a certain number of people after you send out your maximum of 1,000 leads or invitations per week. And typically somewhere between 100, 150 people will say that they are going to come. And usually somewhere between 10 and 25 people actually come. Of the 25 people that actually show up, maybe 10 to 15 people actively engage in the comments. And out of those people that actively engage in the comments, I find that it's typically about 1 to 2 people that I haven't met before. That gives me an opportunity to connect with new people. And when we have an opportunity, I do have a question for you that it's related to Substack, but unrelated to this topic. So if there is an opportunity for Q&A.
Right. We're talking about Substack. Let's go with that. Yes, Substack. Yeah, you've got all at School.
This is about Substack. So I'm in another School community as well. And the School community that I'm in, it's probably about 1,300 people. It's very active. People are actively engaged. But I find that in terms of me finding events and things that I want to attend, that School for me personally is not my preferred platform, because there's and I don't know, and the Miracle Made no different because he's in there more often. But even the people in the school community that I'm in, they tend to go live from a different platform, and then they live stream to YouTube. And so I like the opportunity, and they usually go live through Zoom, to be clear, and then they live stream to YouTube. And so what I like about Substack is the opportunity to go live, and through Restream or StreamYard, and then you're able to live stream to all of the multiple platforms. But I haven't seen a platform that actually includes school as a place that you can live stream to. So I'm not sure if that's a thing, but that wasn't my question. So what I'm noticing, Keith Keller, is that you have your personal page, it appears on Substack, and then you have a page also called Social Audio Decoded. And I'm just curious, are those both like regular Substack accounts, or did your personal account allow you to create some type of page, or like a business page or something like that? I know like on Facebook, you have your personal profile, but then you can also create a page, which is different from your.
Yes. Okay. So the way I do it, I'm not sure if this is an economical way, but it does work. This is what school looks like, by the way. This is what school does in this live streaming format. It's not very, I don't like it personally at all, but this is the look I personally prefer. But to your point about school, to Substack to me looks a little bit like a feed, like going on Instagram or any of those feeds where you're just looking at it on your phone, and it's just a linear process of the feed. But you can also do it, and I think I must have done this by default, you can also do it so that it looks like a newspaper or an online journal. And those two things are like automatic. I haven't set those up deliberately, but they happened coincidentally. They both happen at the same time. So you can have a Substack account that you can read as a feed, and if you want to, you can go and look at it on your PC so that it looks like an online journal. I think they both exist at the same time. I didn't do that on purpose. Is that sort of what you're asking? Yeah.
No, you have. So I'm familiar with the news articles that I love those. Don't you love those? The news articles that you can do on Substack. And I know from the homepage, you can choose to go and look at your website, which is what you're kind of describing it. You can see a news article, or you can actually see the feed if you go into, from your homepage, or you can actually go into your profile and you can see what everybody else is posting. But you have something that I can click on your name, and then you also have something where I can click on Social Audio Decoded. So I'm just wondering, are those two separate accounts?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. So in the header, in the bio, yeah, okay, yep. So in the bio, my bio says, "Welcome to my Substack page. I do regular live streams about using audio to share your message with the world." Right? And underneath that, there is a Social Media Decoded and Where is Keith Today? And you can have unlimited amounts of these. You set it up in your account. So you can have your LinkedIn account, your audio account, your website, your Substack account, your Bluetooth, your Blue Sky account, TikTok, Twitch, whatever you want. So I know what you're saying now. So there's the bio that reads as words in the English language, and then there's little icons: Social Audio Decoded, Where is Keith Today, LinkedIn, YouTube, Blue Sky, SoundCloud. Is that what you mean?
Yes. And so from your page, if I click on the Social Audio Decoded, is that a separate Substack account is my question.
No. That's what my account looks like if you decide to read it at
What? Oh, you got to teach me how to do that. Can you help me?
Yeah. So let's go and have a look at your account. This is great. I just did that. I just worked out if you click on Social Audio Decoded, it takes you directly into our
Facebook, and I shared it as a note.
Yeah. So this is very, very, very important. This is like a Substack masterclass. That sort of sounds a bit arrogant, but let's go and have a look at Carrie's page collectively. if you haven't followed Carrie, I want you to follow her, Coach Carrie. Let me just see what it is, Coach Carrie Willis. And the actual hashtag is, isn't it always at GR8? Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. So GR8 is the actual. Let me go and have a look at that.
Yeah, GR8 Finances.
So let me see if I can find you. So on your account, okay, yes. So on your account, I'll send you a screenshot of this. You're actually sending this out for me today. So confusion is expensive. Clarity pays for life. Licensed clarity coach, retirement clarity, visibility coach, and keynote speaker. Now, underneath that, you've done exactly what I've done. Great Finances, greatfinances.com, Great Finances on Facebook, on Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, TikTok, and Twitter. So you've done it. You've already done it. And if I and thank you
So that
much.
first link. Oh, so that first link. You know what? You're right. I didn't even realize that was set up.
Please.
Substack did that?
It does it automatically, yeah. So that's the first one.
Wow.
Let's go and follow Carrie. She's got, I think it was at 51 subscribers. Let's all do that today. It's Great Finances.
Can you
Carrie?
put the link in the chat? I'm having
Yeah,
a hard
please.
time finding her on Substack.
Yep.
All right, Keith, I have a question for you because I'm not
Please.
looking at because I'm like, hey, I know me and you we communicate quite a bit, and I'm looking at my subscribing and following, and I don't see you in there. So I don't know if you just disappeared from my list, but I can't find you.
Can't find me or can't find Carrie
I can't find Keith, which is weird.
on Substack.
Yeah.
All right, I'll go and I'll actually what I'll do is let's start here. This is very, 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 very cool. I want to talk about this. This is very, very important. This is my most recent screenshot of my followers, my subscribers, and you can do this with dashboard stats audience. Right, very important. So that's the first thing. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to run the room and I'm going to give everyone a chance to put their Substack in, and we're going to follow each other, and we're going to all follow each other and do all this social media goodness. You go first, America, because you want to get to 100. What are you now? 87?
I'm at 77 Substack members, and everyone on this stage follows and subscribes to one another. So I will drop it in the comments for anyone joining us afterwards. Give me one second here.
Got to look after ourselves. Does that help? Does that help?
Yeah, that'll be great because that will help to make sure that we're following everybody and everybody's subscribing to everyone. So and so we don't miss anybody too, right? Sometimes we don't realize it.
And you know what else I just realized too, Keith, is that when I clicked on Americo's page, he has the live ring around his circle because we're live now. And when I click on my page, or maybe that's part of his photo, I'm not sure.
No,
that
is what happens. Isn't that cool? Like you get a
I
little.
don't see it on my page. Am I live on Substack right now while I'm talking to you?
So that's a hack, Coach Carrie. So Keith, as the host, you will see that he is live because he's hosting the event. But I changed my avatar picture, and I included that ring, and it actually it creates a lead magnet. It causes people to visit my profile because that's what I do, right? I want people to recognize me for going live. I might not always be live, but if you go into my LinkedIn, you go into my Substack and any one of my social media accounts, you will see that I use that live photo just to draw clicks to my profile.
Yeah. So let's all do this. You can put it in the chat or you can DM me. This is Coach Carrie's Substack account. She has there it is. We can put it in the private chat if you want to. That's Coach Carrie, 51 followers. That's plenty. You don't need that many. There's Layla. There's Layla's account. Please follow Layla. She's in Vancouver, Canada. I don't think I can see the name of the person. Oh, I've forgotten your name. I'm so sorry. Deborah. You put your Substack account in there. Jason, put your Substack account in there, and we'll follow each other. Because I think the real point of these shows is the community. And it really does pick up on this idea of global versus local. Like I could go to the bread shop and I could say hello to my baker, and he makes bread and he's very good at making bread. But what does he know about YouTube? What does he know about marketing? He makes bread. We have a bit of a chat about that. You go to the chemist. Hello, how you doing? He knows a lot about being a chemist, a pharmacist, as we call it here. But what does he know about websites? What does he know about Substack? He probably hasn't even heard of it. So I think the point is that we need to really reach out and do a lot of this work with people that are related. There we are. And Deborah knows a lot about sex and relationships, so that's important to know. I wasn't expecting that topic, and as Americo said, we probably couldn't have planned that better ourselves, could we? America, that was this.
No, I don't think we can, and I made a commitment to you as a community member, regardless of where your opinion sits on it. You and I have a lot of synergy around live streaming, and a lot of respect for you as a mentor, and you've taught me so much. And in exchange, I want to give back to my community members by allowing to promote their streams so that we can support one another within the community. And I posted today's event, and you're absolutely right. We couldn't have timed that better. You brought it up your show, and Deborah came in. Hey, you know, Deborah's 2 for 2 today. She came in on a call earlier this afternoon, and she fit like a glove, not once but twice.
Oh, I love it. I mean, it's like you couldn't plan that. That's just gold, isn't it? And you don't get this stuff with prearranged stuff you do like years before. I mean, this happened live. This happened, and I had to deal with it. Like I had to go from I sat next to someone who had a brothel to, hey, guess what? Deborah talks about sex, and we're all friends here.
We're all adults, we're inclusive, it's a part of the conversation. That's the thing about live. There's no script. You just show up as you are, and whatever happens, happens, right? So it's like just the time of things. You can never plan something like that, honestly. Like Americo and Keith, you it just happened.
Yeah.
Look, but I have to say, I mean, you wouldn't expect something like that to actually happen. So it's pretty funny, I have to say.
And I'm pretty proud. I think I handled it pretty well.
You did. You did good.
So Deborah, are we
You
following
were fabulous.
Yeah.
I
Tell us about
sure
what you do. Tell us a bit more about what you do, Deb. We haven't had you on the call before, so tell us. Are you okay with Deb? Some people who like to be called Deborah don't like the derivative Deb. That's a common one.
I do prefer Deborah. I just want to make sure that I got everybody on Substack. It looks like I'm just trying to figure out if we're so there's 5 of us on right now. Is that accurate?
Yeah. So
okay, cool. And I'm following you all. Beautiful. So thank you so much for asking. What I do is I do a lot of different things, but I work with mostly couples in my private practice, and we work either online or in person. We talk about the things. Basically, we have conversations that need to be had, but are so edgy for folks that they're not always willing to do that without somebody prompting them. One of my favorite things that people say when we work together is, you know, we've been together for 15, 20, 30 years, and I've never heard him or her say that thing, right? So that's a big part of what I do, is help couples communicate. And I also invite people to start learning their own bodies, because here's the thing. We are, particularly in the United States, we are sold everything around, you know, sex. However, we are never actually invited to find out, what is it that works for my body? What is it that I want, that I desire? And so we're given these crappy models, right, of, you know, the two people coming together, they see each other across the room, they, you know, all of a sudden there's escalation, there's climax, and then there's napping, right? And that's like the whole sex story. But it's much more nuanced than that. And it's much, you know, not everybody looks like that. You know, some people are more on the energetic level. And so they need to slow things down. Some people, I was talking about this earlier today, it's like some people, their surroundings, their atmosphere is so important to them that if it's messy, they can't relax. Yeah. Right? So one of the things I really help couples do is understand each other's wants, needs, and how it is that they are erotically turned on. Like, what do they need to be in their relaxed, turned on selves, you know?
That's very cool. That's very cool. And with that in mind, what formats work for that discussion? Do you do a lot of video with faces on, or do you do a lot of audio, or do you do a lot of written word or images?
Yeah, absolutely.
What format works?
So I have a podcast that's audio, and I love the audio. Like you know, there's something about hearing somebody's voice without the distraction of anything else, where it's like, you know, you can really feel into that. So I use audio for my podcast. I have group calls where we're on Zoom, which is really fun, because then I can pair people up to do exercises, PG exercises, clothes on exercises on Zoom. And I work in person with people so that they can have the experience of, you know, having somebody say, okay, what is it? So there's a game that I love to play with couples, and it's called the 10-minute game. And basically what it is one person says to the other, what would you like to do to me for 10 minutes? Right? And then their partner tells them what it is they want them to do, want to do to them. And then they get to say, ooh, yes, no, or my favorite, let's try it. And so then you set a timer, and for 10 minutes you do the thing. And then when the timer goes off, you stop doing the thing. And then you give each other appreciation for doing the thing. And then you switch it up, right? What is it that you would like me to do to you for 10 minutes? And oftentimes we'll do that in person. And because it's fascinating, some folks need kind of permission to ask for the thing. And so having me there, I'm like the queen of permission. I like to say that permission is my superpower, right? I am a shame-free, permission forward place to be. And so, you know, a lot of what I do with couples is around giving them permission, you know, for a host of different things, whether it's giving them permission to explore their own desire. I cannot tell you how hard it is for folks who've been, you know, conditioned to, you know, what this sort of movie version of sex, like how hard it is for them to do anything different if this is all they know, if all they've seen, right? So anyway, this is something I think you might be able to tell that I'm very passionate about this. I could go on for quite some time, and so I'm just going to pause there and see if that was what you were looking for, or if you had any questions. Or
Yeah. Well, I think the and this is possibly what would have happened on that day when I went to the council networking event. What I do, what this show's about, it's about the formats that work. We've got visual, we've got audio, we've got written, and in your case, probably visual, images too. We don't want to go too far down that path. But so what I love is I love the fact that we have these audio shows and that up to 8 people can come. But this is a very good look at what this looks like now. 5 people. I've never done 5, I don't think. This looks very, very cool. 5 people live on stage talking about these various ideas that we're sharing. And to me, I'm very agnostic as to what the topic is, because for me, it's about the format. What I'd love to hear from you is, what equipment do you use for your podcast? Because you sound very clear. And tell us about the tech involved in the concept of getting your message out.
yeah, absolutely. Thanks for asking. I have a external mic, and I don't know exactly what it is, and I'm not exactly sure to look for what it is to look for. But I use an external mic. I have, my tech is through, generally speaking, I've sort of like got one foot in one side and one foot in the other. I haven't totally broken up with Zoom. But I am looking towards, I'm starting to use Riverside more. In terms of platforms to have the conversations or to record. And then I use, is this what you're asking?
No, this is exactly what I'm talking about, because, you might be surprised to know, you may not be, but I've got friends of mine, very good friends, who have, saved my life online many times, that come in and the kids are screaming and the trucks are going off and someone's mowing their lawn and someone's knocking down a house 3 doors down and there's a helicopter in the air and wifey's home making lunch on the microwave and someone's in the toilet and the kids are screaming and the dogs are barking and there's a tiger in the backyard, right? And I'm thinking, how can you not hear this? How do you do this? How do you do this with all this noise? Whereas when you're talking, you are very clear. I only hear you. I don't hear any noise at all. And when you talk, you speak with authority. This is very powerful. Most people do not know this. You speak with authority. I hear you. I don't hear anything else. I don't hear the fan going. I don't hear the cars moving. I don't hear the fridge going. I don't hear the heater on. I don't hear the television. And I'm really fascinated to know how you do that. Do you know the mic you're using, and do you just plug it straight into your PC, or do you have a little mixer?
It's plugged directly in. Well, it's plugged into. So I'm on a Mac, so there's an interim thing that goes between me and the Mac. But I don't have a mixer. It is direct into the Mac. And in terms of, I've gotten really good at being very cuddling up with my mic so that people can hear. Sometimes I wear headphones. I'm trying to get better about that because I really do want the sound to be amazing. And but no, right now it's just a plug-in mic.
Do you know the brand? Can I research the brand? What you've got there? It's a miracle solution. Like, you're a very great resource for us in the sense that you're an inspiration. You've got a podcast. You sound amazing. Most people don't sound amazing. Right? I would love to know what mic. Do you know the mic brand? Do you still have the box?
You know what? Why don't I'll tell you what. perhaps you can ask someone else a question, and I will go and see if I can't find it.
Please, 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 please. Americo, do you want to pick up on that? Was I right there? Does Deborah sound clear? Really clear? I mean, she's like the ideal guest, isn't she?
Yeah, I'm guessing here just from her image. It almost looks like a Yeti, one of those blue Yetis.
Okay,
But
but it's got a cover
this
on
is,
it.
yeah, it's purely guessing. But you're right. She sounds clear, and I like how she said she leans into the mic, and you refer to that as the proximity effect. So she knows that, or has an understanding when she listens to her playback, that when she hugs that mic and leans into it, that she sounds better.
Yeah.
And that comes with practice, right?
It comes with practice and knowledge. But this is exactly why, and you know this, Americo, this is exactly why I do these social audio sound check shows. The amount of people that come in and the dogs are barking and there's someone mowing the lawn and the wife is at home making lunch in the microwave or the kettle's going, the kids are screaming, and they're so used to it in their life, they just don't hear it. And I'm thinking, how do you not hear that? My ears are burning. My ears are burning. Right. And
so in full transparency, if you listen to today's call, that's how it started. Ron was a champ. I had asked him, hey, I can hear some noise in the background before we go live. Is this the best environment for you? It's like, well, I can't control the dog barking. We'll try our best. I don't have closed quarters that I can sit. This is the quietest place in the house. And I shared the story with him about the sharpening of the knives and the dishwashing, and raised some awareness around, hey, this is important. If you want to go build a live content show of any kind, whether it's a pop-up show, these are things that people over time need to improve. And listen, this was his first time. He showed up where he was with what he had. But as the show went on, the noise went away. And I guess people who were around him respected the fact that, hey, maybe we should quiet down, or maybe we should put the dishes off for a second. And by the end of the show, we had it running really smoothly, sounding a lot better than what we started. But this was, a real live demonstration, which is what I love doing. You and I both love testing things in real time. And that's what we did. So it's funny that you touched on that. Today we had a good example of it. But starting where you are, at least you know where your baseline is and what you got to do. And I consider myself as a prime example of where I was and how I sounded. And from time to time, you've pointed out, hey, there's something wrong with your tech. You don't sound as clear as you normally do. And we hold each other accountable. And I respect that. And that's why I felt it was important to start incorporating and amplifying what you do here on Mondays and Tuesdays here in the West, so that my community members can participate, and come improve how they sound. And it doesn't have to, require hundreds and thousands of dollars of investing in tech. You've demonstrated and helped others improve their sound quality simply with what they had, and the treatment of a room, as an example, with very low tech. So I think it's important that I make a conscious effort in amplifying the value that you bring as one of our community members.
Yeah, I really love what you're saying there, because the school community is very diverse now, almost 100 people. And we could do really great shows on school. Unfortunately, that format is not very good. But I'm just going to, we worked out that Deborah has an Audio Technica mic, so I'm going to try and find a couple. You sound so good, Deborah, that I want to tell the world what this is. And I don't yet know what it is, so I'll find out what model number it is, and I'll tell you the specs. And I'll even be able to give you a scientific definition of why you sound so good, because that's just the way I am. But maybe no one else wants to know that, but I do. So I think it's this one. Does this look right?
That does. That looks very much like it.
Yeah. All right.
And
Bingo!
I've had a couple of different setups. One where it's just like the mic is right in front of me. One where it's kind of, it had one of the arms that kind of dropped down.
Yeah.
And I find that the one that just the small stand in front of is works better for me.
All right, so let's start with these three. I think it's one of these. So this is the Audio Technica. I don't know the model number of this one. This is the AT240. Now, this is very important, Layla, because this is the one I was comparing your mic to. This was $185. Right. And this one's the AT220, which is the condenser version of this. This one's about $150. All right. It's going to be one of these, I think, Deborah.
Yes, I believe it is the 240. And yes.
No, that was my guess. This was the one because this is what we call a dynamic mic. So even if the dogs were barking, we probably couldn't hear them. Coincidentally, I have that exact set of headphones. I'm so excited about this photo. So you are right. I will research this to the end of the world, but it's very important. Like what I want you to do when you finish this show, not now, but when you finish, I want you to go and listen to the replay. And my friend Lachelle is my best friend, because I was talking to myself for 35 minutes. And I'm thinking, I'm going to give this up. This is bloody stupid. I'm just talking to myself. No one is listening. What am I doing? And she came in and we chatted for probably 20, 30 minutes. When Lachelle was speaking, the kids were screaming. And my ears were burning. Oh, my ears were burning. But she was very polite. When she wasn't speaking, she muted herself. And when she was speaking, and almost like it timed up, as soon as she started speaking, one of her kids had a question. Mom, I'm hungry. Oh, what's going on? Oh, where's the vacuum cleaner? I can't find the dog. I'm thinking, what are you talking about? Are you standing next to him? You know, are you standing next to him? I mean, my ears are burning. I'm exaggerating to make a point, but, you know, we've all been in those situations. Whereas this mic here cuts out all that noise. Like, it's glorious. Deborah, you've done a really magical thing doing this. Like, you've done us a big favor. I really want to thank you for that. But what I want to know is, can anyone else hear this? Am I just making this shit up? Can you hear the difference, Layla, between what people normally sound like and how Deb is clear and defined? Does that make sense to you, or am I making this up?
You're definitely a tech nerd, and you might be more sensitive because you have like super mega tech. But I would say, yeah, her sound is really, really good. So whatever it is that she's using is like really making a difference. I don't know if because of also the type of laptop, having a Mac also kind of like filter a few things, but no, it's really great sound.
Yeah. Oh, let me pick up on the one thing. I want to give everyone a turn at this. The one difference between this mic and this mic, these mics are what we call condenser mics. Now, this is probably the most common story. These condenser mics are brilliant. They're very affordable, but they pick up everything. Dogs barking, kids screaming, Mom, I'm hungry. Where's the dog? Oh, you know, that's what it sounded like to me. My ears are just burning. And I'm thinking, can you just move to the couch maybe? Can you just like hide under a pillow? Can you just do me a favor and go into the bedroom maybe? I'm joking, because Lachelle's a good mate of mine and we have this discussion every time. But that's called a condenser mic, and they're very, very good, and they sound very, 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 very good if your room is quiet. They sound warm. I've got a condenser mic. I'll put one on in a minute. They sound warm, and they use them for vocals because it picks up all the breathiness. Be very, very good for you, Deborah. You should have a condenser mic and do this sort of sensual AMDR thing. Wow, I like it. I like that. Oh yeah, that's nice. Yeah, more of that, please. Is that what it's called? AMDR? That sort of very sensual sound. Is it AMDR? That I'll
ASMR.
ASMR. Yeah, where you're hearing all the breathiness and the sounds, and all the very, very natural sounds in their perfect environment. But they're not very, very good for podcasters because they pick up a lot of noise. So dynamic mics, and you don't know this until you know it. Dynamic mics are absolutely brilliant for podcasting because they give you that FM radio voice. And let me just demonstrate what Deborah's doing naturally. It's what I call the proximity effect. So when you speak closely to the mic, it sounds clear and resonant and authoritative, which is a real word. But when I talk like, oh yeah, I'm just, yeah, I just moved into the tunnel. I just went, just went, oops, outside now. No, you might as well be in the backyard because you're so far away. But this is only 10 centimeters, like only 10 centimeters. But when I talk into the mic, slowly, deliberately, with discernment, suddenly I sound more intelligent. I mean, I feel more intelligent. Like I just get it. I'm in the zone. Does that make sense, America? Am I explaining that well?
No, you absolutely are.
And Deb does this naturally. She's just got very, very, very good microphone technique. Can you hear this stuff, Carrie? Am I just full of shit? I mean, am I just full of shit, or does this stuff make sense?
Well, I don't know what you're full of, but I will say that in terms of amplification, that it does help to be articulate, clear, confident, and know exactly what it is that you want. But I wanted to segue when we get the opportunity to talk about amplification in a different way.
Yeah, please. I'll get to it.
Americo did a great job of talking about how he invites people into the community. And I'm not sure if this is an option on Restream, but one of the things that I do on StreamYard is when I have guests on my show, they're able to share to their platforms as well. And I think that's a great way to be able to amplify what we're doing here and share this information with our community. So I'm not sure, going back to where it shows that you're live, but it doesn't show that we're live. So even if we can choose like Facebook and LinkedIn or Facebook and another platform or YouTube, that may help too with people getting more subscribers, people joining into the conversation and participating. So I just wanted to add that as well.
Now,
go ahead.
No, let me pick up on this. This is part of the pro feature. So as part of the pro feature on Restream, I choose to turn it off, but it's a very, very good point. When you go live on Restream, if you use the $19 version or the $49 version US dollars, you have the ability to say to your guests, do you also want to send this to your people? Stream on guests' channels. Right? Let's pick up on this. Do you do this, Carrie? And what have you found? You do this with StreamYard, yeah? You do this already?
Yes. So when I do my live streams, I allow people the opportunity to share to their platforms just because they know people that I don't know. And the part of what I'm doing in terms of building community and collaboration is that I want to get my audience in front of people that they don't know, but I also want to get in front of audiences that I don't know. So if you have 2, 3, or 4 guests and you allow everyone to stream, then that allows you to get on that many more platforms to level up your invitations and opportunities for people to subscribe to what you're doing.
It's a good look. It's a good. I can do that. I've chosen to turn it off, but I reckon we could experiment with that. We could experiment with turning it on. Everyone who the reason why I don't do it, mainly because of my experience with X, is that I get a lot of randos. I get a lot of people turning up that I don't know, and sometimes they're hard to manage. On X, they were extremely difficult to manage, and I had to stop using X because it was just too toxic. And I'm a pretty nice, placid guy, but sometimes people would just push the point. And I found it was very difficult for me to manage people who came up on stage randomly. Although today I did do a very good job, I thought. And so I haven't done that, but let's run the room on why that would be important. Do you do this, Americo? This is a very good point. You use the pro feature, don't you?
Yes, yes. I'll always give my guests the option. Of course, it's required to pair prior to going live, because if you join midstream, I don't believe you can pair to your social channel. So it has to be done before the host goes live. I always offer it. Some choose to lean in and take advantage of it. Others, they want to, but they ran into technical glitches and it became overwhelming and they chose not to. At the end of the day, they get access to the assets that I generate through the replays. But absolutely, and let's not forget. So today, I added, when I was promoting your show, I added the studio link, and perhaps we should reconsider and add the event link, and those who attend will get triaged through the comments and then invited up on stage, which we can always send the studio link. This way, it doesn't catch the host.
Oh, it was a good challenge. It was a very good challenge. I thought I handled it pretty well.
You did. You did.
This is one of the reasons people don't like going live, because they're just put on the spot. We're going to be talking about this in 2, 3 years, 5 years. Remember that time I was talking about the brothel and the sex relationship worker turned up? I'm going to be talking about this for 10 years. This is one of my finest moments. Just carry on.
No, yeah, you handled it well. I can tell you, if we were to plan it, we probably wouldn't have planned it as well as it played out naturally. So you're right. This will be story that we'll circle back to
it's
for quite some time.
And Deborah's obviously very, very good at what she does. Layla, you're saying that TikTok is one that is very difficult to manage live because people can just go right off, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I've tried it with Carrie, and we're just getting people on the stage to just bring themselves up and say all these weird things and nonsense things, and just like, how do we manage this? And couldn't even trying to find a way to get them off of the platform too. Super challenging. And I was just like, we've done it a few times. Said, you know what, I cannot do TikTok live anymore. That's just not for me. So I just
So are you
not doing it for now.
Are you doing TikTok live directly in TikTok Studio or through Restream or StreamYard?
No, we've been using it straight from our TikTok app, and it's just
that's the difference. That is the difference.
Okay.
If you go straight through the app, then you are fair game and you're in a public domain and people can come and go. But when you create that barrier between Restream or StreamYard as that third party platform, you can have that control as to who comes up.
Yeah. Do you want to pick up on this, Carrie? Because I know you use TikTok and you quite love it. You want to be everywhere for everyone. Do you have trouble sometimes managing people that come up unexpectedly and make maybe a little, slightly offensive comments?
No, I actually do not have that issue at all. Not even on TikTok. I go live on TikTok through my desktop, and I have a TikTok studio, and so my settings don't allow people to just jump in and jump off willy-nilly. So I have to invite you to be a guest on my platform, originally it was an issue until I learned about the settings. So I just
Yeah.
changed my settings and it's not an issue. And I've never had anyone that I didn't know to get on and say anything rude or, things that were out of
Okay.
line.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's so wonderful because with X, which when it was called Twitter, I had to stop using it. I just couldn't control people. No, not that I want to control them, but it's my show, right? And people would just get on and rant, and separate to just cutting them off, and they'd come back and they'd make nasty comments. I thought, this is my brand. Like, this is who I am. I don't want to hang out with people like that. We have to guard our mental health very wisely, like very diligently, because I don't have to do this. I want to do it. I love doing it, but I didn't love doing X. So that's why. But to your point, you can indeed add to Restream the idea of going live with your other people. Carrie, could you hear the difference when Deborah was speaking? Could you hear how clear she was and how resonant she was?
I could hear the clarity, but most people on here, and I don't know if it has anything to do with my sound system on this end, come across clearly. I do hear sometimes, like you mentioned, the dogs barking in the background or other people having other conversations. I remember when I first got on here and you could hear all that loud clunking and clapping noise because I would put my elbow on my desk, which is glass, and you all told me to put the towel under the mat and the towel between the bars that hold the arm for my microphone. And that really helped out a lot. So I love this platform. I think her mic sounded great. I think wherever she has it positioned gives her an opportunity for clarity so that her guests can hear exactly what it is that she has to say to them.
I love this. Melissa is calling in from Kingston, Ontario. Is that far from you, Americo? A couple of hours drive, maybe?
It's about 3 hours east of me, east of where I am.
Now, this picks up on what we're talking about. Like, I live in Melbourne, Australia. I love Melbourne. Please come. It's a fantastic place. But I never have these conversations with Melburnians. I can't remember the last time I went to a networking event and had these conversations. They are so diverse. And so I want to bring Melissa up, or at least give her the opportunity to speak. Melissa, make some comments if you want to about what we've talked about. Global versus local. Can you do both? Do you like to do both? In what scenario would you do either? Melissa's known me since 2006 when I did a radio show on Blog Talk Radio, and that show, I'm very proud to say, was listened to in 237 countries. Is that right? 137 countries. I don't think there is 237 countries in the world, but it was really an obscene number. Like about 137 countries were tuning into this show. And that gave me an enormous thrill, mostly because people were saying, there's no one in my town that speaks like this, Keith. If I wasn't hearing it from you, I wouldn't hear it at all. Like, if I'm just another guy talking to you about things you already know, which is what would happen if I went into the city. Oh, yeah, there's another guy from the suburbs talking about working from home. Yeah, I heard that before. You're not telling me anything I don't know. Well, why am I here then? Well, actually, I don't know. Why did you come? I had this conversation with someone once. So, look, go where you're appreciated, not tolerated. You can come, have a free lunch, and then piss off, because we've heard this before. But people would call into Blog Talk Radio and go, mate, no one in my town. In fact, I don't think anyone in my country knows this shit. Where did you get it from? And I want to know. How can I get more of it? So the global stuff is so powerful. So I've sent you the link, Melissa, if you want to join. You're very welcome to. We can have up to 8 people. I'd be interested to know if you heard the bit about the AT240, because Melissa has an SM57, which is unbelievable. Like, this is a broadcast quality mic. And the reason why I say this, and this is what my show is. The reason why I say this is I hear so many people sound terrible. It makes me angry. Like, I mean, people say they want to go on podcasts, but they sound shit. And it's a podcast. I mean, that's what it is. If you don't sound good, how are you going to get any gigs? Right? It's like wanting to be an Uber driver. I just made this up, but imagine wanting to be an Uber driver, but you can't drive. Yeah, I'd love to be an Uber driver. I would really love that. Just take people around. Can you drive? No, I can't drive. Well, have you got a car? No, I haven't got a car. You haven't got a car and you can't drive and you want to be an Uber driver. Well, how's that work? Yeah, well, I want to be on podcast, but don't have a microphone. Well, how does that work? How's that going to happen? It's not going to happen. So I talk a lot about this. Am I off topic, America?
Keith, I have a question for you.
Please.
Because I thought you brought a really valid point, because when you're live streaming, you mentioned, you're trying to be more cautious about who you bring on your platform, because you're a brand in yourself and you're building your brand. And how do you maintain that level of, like, as your brand to remain who you are, being globally? Like, when you build your presence, like, what can you do to keep that for yourself?
Very good question. That's an extremely good question. This is the SM57. If Melissa comes up, she uses an SM57 and a Focusrite. Bit of tech. There's nothing wrong with a bit of tech. But to your question, this is very important, Layla. Like, an extremely good question. If you were to just let anyone come up anytime, then anything could happen. Now, that's fun, but it could be a disaster. I know who I am. I'm a tech guy who talks about tech. I typically don't talk about sex, but I thought I handled that one pretty well, given that I was put on the spot. I thought I handled it all right. I talked about tech in sex, right? It was very difficult. But normally I hang out with people that talk about what I talk about. Like, as an example, tomorrow, I want you to come to this show. Tomorrow, we are talking about this kick-ass site called Go Brunch. Right? Now, I know Richard, the founder of this site. I know exactly what we're going to talk about, and I know exactly who I'm going to invite to talk about it. So I think you're right. We can get off track very easily. Have you found that yourself, Layla? Is that coming from sort of lived experience, that you're finding that you have a lot of trouble discerning who to talk to, or you're just curious?
No, I think the more we're getting exposure, talking to people, going to different podcasts, like you're having people around us gravitating around us, right? And sometimes they're just very misaligned of who you are and your values and how you present yourself and how they are, and it kind of clashes a little bit. And for me, being also in my background, for me, I want to be respectful. I want to be able to lead with empathy. I want to be able to respect everybody's opinion. But at the same time, for me to see people doing good and people trying to kind of make them look bad on social media, or try to somewhat not tarnish their reputation, but it's just not helping. I'm trying to just find it a bit challenging, to be honest, to be with people. I was like, they're very supportive, they're great, and you have some other people that are actually doing the opposite. So
let's have this chat. This is very, very important. This is extremely important, because this will happen. People are going, Keith, you've got your own radio show. Can I come on it? Can I come on your radio show? Yeah, you can. What do you talk about? I want to talk about hacking the shit out of elephants. Well, what? I want to talk about game hunting. What? You're going to go to You're going to go to Africa and shoot a giraffe? Yeah, I want to talk about that. Well, I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about going to Africa to shoot a giraffe. That's not fair. It's not fair on the giraffe. And I'm sure that my people are not interested in that. So you've got to have some base level, right? So tomorrow, as an example, I'm talking about Go Brunch. This is what Go Brunch looks like. It is a game-changing site. And the reason why I want to talk about it, I've got a very specific reason, is that several other sites, which are arguably better, have come out of that. And I want to give Richard a chance to talk about the original story. because several events that you will hear about are now talking about tech that has been built off the back of this. And I want to just give Richard a chance to talk about that. Melissa, jump in and put your thumbnail on if you've got it, but don't worry if you don't. Melissa is in Kingston, Ontario. What are you calling in on your headphones, or are you calling in on your Focusrite?
Hi, Keith. Yeah, on my headphones. Can you hear
Okay,
me?
we can hear you. Yeah.
Good,
Yeah.
good.
Can you
Okay.
hear yourself?
Not quite,
Yeah.
but I'm used to it. When I'm teaching, I always have my headphones, so I can hear myself outside of the headphones, if that makes any sense. But yes, more or less. So, yes. So, what was your question?
Well, the big question is local or global?
Right. Okay. Well, these days I tend to be more global by virtue of what I do, because I teach second languages
Yep.
on one website, which comes from Europe, and I teach second languages on a language school, for a language school here in Canada. So that would make me, I think, global in both capacities.
Yeah. So let's pick up on this. Our friend
Yeah.
Jason, who lives in Red Deer, Alberta.
Oh, yes. Been there.
Yeah. I haven't been to Red Deer, Alberta, but I have been to Alberta. I stayed in the Kananaskis country and slept in a teepee and went to Calgary. Not at the time for the Stampede, but I did go to the Magpie and Stump, which I think is still there. But Jason, this is a very unique story. Jason has more followers online than the whole population of his nearest town.
Wow. That's impressive.
So he lives in Red Deer, or near Red Deer, which loosely has about 100,000 people. He has more than 100,000 followers on Instagram.
That's amazing.
And so when we say global or local, he says, look, I can go into town and no one knows who I am. I could go to a networking event and go, there'd be nothing in it for them. But people are buying my stuff from, Uzbekistan. I'll just send it in the mail. So I love this discussion, global or social, or global or local, because I live in Melbourne. There's 5 million people here now. I could probably have a pretty decent chat if I went into the city, but I find it exhausting. And second to the idea of global or local, do you still find yourself going into the city and talking to people and buying things, or are you more of an online gal now?
Definitely, I'm more online. I think those days of going in person are over. I remember in your previous shows you were talking about it was way before COVID, and you would be asked to do these talks or presentations and try to sell your wares at the same time. And when you calculated, the costs of renting a room and trying to sell your wares and all the travel costs, it didn't make any sense, did it?
Yeah,
And
I want to pick up on that story. In 2019, and I remember it specifically because it was pre-COVID, someone in Jamaica said, look, mate, I'm going to pay you $5,000.
I was just going to mention Jamaica. Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, I'm going to give you $5,000 to fly to Jamaica, do a gig, present, stay in a hotel, fly back, and the gig goes for 3 days. Can you come and fly? I'll give you $5,000. I said, oh, geez, $5,000. And I get a holiday in Jamaica. Then I worked it out. I worked this out. It was $2,700 to fly there and back. That's how much it would cost me return. It's $150 to the airport and back. That's $300. So there's $3,000 gone. It's a 27-hour flight. In fact, several flights. Melbourne, LA, Miami, Kingston, Jamaica. It was 27 hours in the air, not including the waiting. And I would be like in the air a day each way. I had to buy a hotel, which was $200 a night. And I said, look, I worked it out. I'm going to do all of that, and I'm probably going to clear $1,000. Why don't you just give me $500 and I'll do it from home? I was so proud of myself. I'm so proud of myself. This is one of my crowning achievements. This one. This is 2019. This is a real picture of the real me, right? And I did the gig. I spoke every day for 3 days, and they gave me $500 US. It's about 800 Australian dollars. So if you look at it, I sacrificed $200, but I didn't have to fly anywhere. Now, a few of my friends said, mate, why didn't you just go for the fun of it? I said, what do you think flying for 27 hours is fun? You think that's fun? I'm not doing that. Wifey didn't want to come. She was busy at work. Flying for 27 hours for fun? Come on. And this is exactly what you're talking about. Like, we live in a global world. I spoke there. I spoke very well. Like, people loved it. I spoke on the big screen. Gave 3 1-hour sessions in 2019 about Twitter when it was called Twitter. It was called Twitter then. And I was a bit of a dude. And I did that hundreds of times in New Zealand, in Austria, and all over the world. And that became almost my brand. So when COVID hit and they said, oh, mate, you got to stay at home. I said, yeah, so what? I'm doing it anyway. What are you talking about? This is no change for me. And as you said, Melissa, since COVID, the whole world has gone global, haven't they?
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I totally relate to what you were saying. And I remember when you were invited to Jamaica. Why would you do that? Sure, you could have cleared $1,000, but as you said, 27 hours in the air doesn't make sense. So now, more than ever, being global, having a global presence makes sense. Does it really matter whether you're known around town? Unless it's something specific. I'll give you an example. So my husband just landed a part in our local theater. And the play is actually Dracula. And here it is in our little community theater, and he landed a part. He'll have a name for himself after the play is done in June, but beyond that, nothing against my husband, no detriment at all. Will people really remember him locally? They may, if he continues to engage in the theater community where we live. Maybe. But I think it's fair to say that you have a better chance of being remembered by having a global presence. That seems to be more of a way of practicing your brand, getting people to know your brand. I remember talking about brands, and in the early 2000s when I was an employment counselor, a career coach. What is your USP?
Yeah.
Do you remember that, Keith?
Yeah, unique selling position.
Unique selling proposition, unique selling point. Well, people have short-term memories these days. It's all about the visual, isn't it? It's all about the visual. And now you're morphing into more of an audio kind of presence, but still in a global sphere. So
it actually is a USP, though,
spheres
isn't it?
right
I
now.
mean, can I
USP.
ask if anyone's ever seen this done before? Like, I don't see anyone. I've never seen this done before. Like, this is my USP.
Mhm.
No, everyone wants to be on video. I get that. And everyone expects to be on video, and everyone gets sucked into doing it, even if they don't want to do it. But
That's right.
I
And
don't
we're
want to
such
do
a
it.
we're visual human beings, aren't we? And that's why we have TikTok, and that's why we have Instagram and all of those platforms. And our attention spans are so short, aren't they?
Yeah. You were
So-
saying this before with it. Everyone, you find something out and you got to Google it straight away. What is the
Yes.
capital of Azerbaijan? I don't know, but I can find out right now. Guess what? I found out took me 4 seconds. Hold that thought. We're having a really deep conversation. I've got to Google the capital of Azerbaijan. Don't even know how to spell it, but now I know what it is. It's become very innocuous, hasn't it? It's become very sort of superficial, hasn't it?
Superficial and a little bit annoying, because I remember when I first got my smartphone, it was only because I needed it for my work, for my mental health job. And it would just annoy me to no end. I would be with friends and they would be with their smartphones. And I was very new with my smartphone. And they used to drive me crazy, when they were figuring out what the answer was, like you say, what's the capital of whatever. And I used to say to them, hey, we're having a conversation. We're sitting in a cafe right now. I just want to be with you. I don't care what the answer is. Get back to me about it. But everyone is so intent on getting the instant answer, aren't they?
Yeah.
Instant gratification. And now we've got AI, so that's another realm, right? But it just annoyed me to no end years ago when my friends and I we'd be in a deep conversation, and then one of them would say, "Oh, I wonder what XYZ is. Let's look it up." And it just disrupted the whole flow of the
It's-
conversation. But
I think
that's what our society is now.
Disruptive is actually the right word. Disruptive. But
Mhm.
let's give you some kudos, Melissa. I'd love you to put your thumbnail on if you can. But Melissa has 3 jobs, one of which is a global language coach. Now, you probably couldn't make a living teaching people in Kingston, Ontario to speak French, could you?
No, not at all. No.
French and English. So you could possibly, could you? I mean, people in Kingston, Ontario probably already speak French because they have to speak it at school, right?
No, if your French Canadian guest, I can't remember her name, I'm sorry, will attest to this. If you're a government worker, yes, but not so much in the region where I live. It's a bonus. It's a bonus to know French, but
Let's
it's not really
bring
spoken
Layla in
out.
on it. Layla lives
Lila, sorry.
Layla lives in Vancouver, Canada, but does have periodical government work. Do you
Right.
have to know how to speak French, Layla, or is that a bit of a luxury?
Most of my roles, I am required to be bilingual, and it gives me more opportunities, I have to say. So if you speak both official Canadian languages, it does help for career and opportunities. So being in the West, because I grew up and raised in Montreal, so that's where my French comes from. And being in the West, I could say there's less competition because there's not as many bilingual, fluent people that speaks French and English. So I'm somewhat a bit of in a niche in a way because I'm in the West and it's not very common. And the French community is less than 1% in BC, in British Columbia. So it's very minority
Yeah.
of French. There's other languages that actually are more predominant than French here, actually.
What do you think, America? Do you think Melissa could make a living as a French teacher in Kingston, in person, in her town? Is there a demand for it, or is it very much a global thing?
There's a niche. There's probably a market for it, and it could be taught at a very small scale. But you open, like, the world is your oyster when you open your services to teach a second language through a virtual platform. I had a friend of mine who years ago went to Europe to teach English as a second language, and she got to tour and spend some quality years of her professional journey in some beautiful
Yeah.
European countries.
Yep. Working during the day
But-
and just slip down to Slovenia for the weekend.
Yeah.
I have done at
Um,
Americo. I have taught French here in Kingston. I'm certified to teach in a high school level and that kind of thing. But to do it full time, it's not really my bag, you know. But to do it on a global level is a different thing. I could, if I wanted to pursue something like I do with the website lingoda.com, I could do it. Would I make that much money? No, they pay me in euros. It's possible, but I wouldn't really make that much.
Yeah. But what about
Okay, let me
English?
ask you a question if I
Yeah,
can.
you go.
Let me ask the question. So we talk about the AI era.
Yeah.
How about the Rosetta Stones, where people buy a membership and learn different languages online at their own pace? How do you compete with products like that?
It's very difficult. It's very difficult, let me tell you. Rosetta Stone is just one platform. Many government employers have used it. For example, the American and Canadian military have used it, but it is very competitive.
I can imagine.
Would that be the same with English? I mean, imagine if you had an app that could teach you English. There would be one, but you can teach English anywhere in the world online. Any country in the world that hasn't got English as a first language is your market. India, maybe.
Absolutely.
All of the African countries, the whole
Yep.
of Europe.
I would give my eye teeth. You know, Keith, how much I adore Italy and Rome. I would give my eye teeth to get a job to teach English as a second language, even for a year. I would love it.
Yeah. Well, there's a goal, but you could do it online. Like, there's no reason you couldn't
Definitely.
teach.
Well, the language school I work for in Quebec, we have teachers all over the world. So yes, when I finally retire, or semi-retire, I'm probably going to stay with online teaching because I can do it anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
So
And
that is global and not local.
Is it French or is it English that you mainly get the most work from?
No, I actually get both.
Okay.
I actually get both with my two employers.
Oh, that's so good. Like, I think these discussions are worth having. I don't know if you were part of the discussion when we were talking about the AT 240, whether we want to go back to that, but you speak very well into your headphones, but you also had a really good mic, and this is actually worth mentioning because you now use the headphones because they're more convenient. This is a very important point. You had this lovely gadget with a lovely mic, but you had to plug it in all the time. Did you find that a little bit troublesome? Is that why you stopped using it?
Yes, I found it a little bit cumbersome. I had to I had to plug in this wire and that cable and so on. And you were talking about background noise a while ago, and I actually tried. I tried my system in my backyard, teaching French and English, just right on my deck. But the students told me, no, too much background noise. They could hear the lawnmower. They could hear the dogs barking and so on. So I packed that in, and now I'm staying with the headphones and with with I don't know if you would call it a mic, built-in microphone. I don't know how to describe it. It's like a mouthpiece. If you were to see it, I guess it's a mouthpiece of sorts. But I don't
And
think
what
I'll ever
brand
go
is it?
back.
I've got 100 of this.
Let me.
Oh, you
let
won't
me
go
take a
back?
look. I wouldn't go back to the Scarlet because, as you say, you have to plug in this cable, that cable, USB, and so on. It's just too cumbersome, and the song quality isn't as good as what I have right now.
Yeah. Layla, do you have that same aversion to technology? You're using a quite a good mic, but no mixer. Is that the reason you really can't bring yourself to buy all this tech because you don't really want to use it? What are you thinking?
I'm not much of a great tech person, and I'm not really good at playing with toys. I would most likely damage them. So I try to simplify and buy things that just like makes it easy, as simple as I can, because I'm not a tech person per se. I'm not a tech nerd.
No, that's good. That's okay. I mean, there's no wrong or right answer here because we've got to have tech that works for us.
Like, let's say like headphones like that. For me, I don't like having a headset on my head. I find it very uncomfortable. I prefer earpiece that I can put in my ear. And I've had those sometimes, when they give you that when you start your new job, like they give you the big set with the mic like that. It's just very uncomfortable and I don't like it. So I would not be a good candidate for it because I don't know, I just can't keep it on my ears. It's itchy, it's irritating, it's just uncomfortable. And also I put so much time in my hair. Okay, I gotta look good. Okay, so if my hair is messy because my headphones is on it, like I'm walking in you know what I mean? Like that's also another because I have very curly hair and I have to blow dry, flat iron, put products, and that just doesn't help the situation either. And multiple times I had these mic get stuck in my hair because I have long hair.
And how do you hear yourself? How do you hear yourself?
Well, I have like headphones I put in my ear. And that's good enough. I mean, I don't believe I should listen to myself when I talk all the time. But as long as I can hear and people understand me, I think that's what's important. If that makes sense.
No, this is there's no wrong or right answer. It's got to be based on convenience, and it's also got to be based on use case. I love wearing headphones. I love the sound of my own voice. I can't see them, Mike. To be honest, I'm not seeing them. I
Wait, are we streaming on YouTube as well?
Yeah, I just got them.
Oh, I didn't know you can put comments there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Mike. I just don't see them. We worked out there was an 11-minute delay on comments from LinkedIn. 11 minutes, but
wow.
11-minute delay because Jay was there and he made a comment and I timed it. There was an 11-minute delay between seeing it on YouTube, LinkedIn, and I'm so sorry, mate. We're so immersed in the conversation that I honestly didn't see them. But let's go back and give Mike some kudos there.
Is Mike jumping on the stage or
we'll
he's just
get
in
him
the
in a minute.
background somewhere?
You can use as many stacks as you want. I don't know, what does that mean? You can have as many stacks as you want. You may have as many publications as you want. Okay, yeah, picking up. And I guess Keith ignores the YouTube comments. So picking up on your comment, Carrie, and that tells us how long ago it was. Mike, like you, Carrie, has also been banned from using LinkedIn occasionally, and also he has LinkedIn crash on him. So there's no wrong or right answer. I'll go and get Mike. Can you send him the invitation, guys? I because I run the show by myself. There's a lot going on. We're having a conversation. I'm managing the comments. I'm managing the quotes. I'm trying to find images. I'm so sorry, Mike. I just didn't see the comments. They just didn't pop up on for me. But they're there now, so that's good. Mike, do you want to? Sorry, Americo, do you want to pick up on the idea of YouTube? Do you find that a good secondary site? Do people comment there too?
They do. They're improving now. I had a very difficult time getting engagement on YouTube, but now that I'm leaning into these shorts, hint, you've seen I've been experimenting with these AI shorts, and they're getting unique views and likes and engagement. So I think over time, if I consistently play with this as part of my strategy, I will, in exchange, see improved engagement. Traditionally, what I see is what Mike's demonstrated. It's repeat followers, existing contacts and connections who are choosing to go to YouTube because of LinkedIn's instability with their platform continuously crashing recently. And with the fact that Substack, there's a comment section, but I'll be the first to put my hand up and say that I'm guilty of not managing the Substack chat as well as the YouTube. And I really hope, and I know I'm veering off here for a moment here, but I really hope that Substack can find a time in their horizon where they will allow for the chat to plug in into the third-party streaming platforms, because that would just be so much
You've
easier.
got to manage them. You've got to go and manually search them, and,
Yeah.
and you don't know if you're engrossed in a conversation with 5 people, you don't get any messages that there's a message, a chat on Substack. You've got to remember to go and look at it, and if there's nothing going on, you leave it alone, and then you've got to go back in and look at it, which is one of the reasons I don't use School. I've got to go into it. I've got to check it, But Mike has made some comments, and they're very valid. I want to pick up on this. There's a couple of things happening with LinkedIn that we need to have a chat about. First of all, on your show, America, I was kicked out 3 times as a listener, and Layla has commented on this, and probably Carrie as well. I have actually been kicked out of LinkedIn as a listener 3 times in 90 minutes. And this happens all the time. Have you been hearing this one, Americo, from your sort of community?
Yes, it's happened to me, so I can't not believe that it's not happening to other people. You're participating, you're engaging in an event, and next thing you know, you've been booted and you have to relaunch an instance of LinkedIn. It's extremely frustrating. And I'm surprised it's taking so long for them to triage it. I can't think for a moment that they're not aware of it. But I'm very surprised.
I don't think they care.
No. All indications point to live events not going anywhere. So I really can't put my finger on why it's taking so long.
Well, let's morph into the discussion about shorts. Linked YouTube shorts, not shorts in the summer. My question is, how long can a shorts be? Because you do these amazing 4-second videos, and I'm thinking 4 seconds, like you just get my attention, then it rolls around. But you've actually been so clever by saying, hey, guess what? The show yesterday just had 4,000 views. Click here. That's it. That's all you. That's the post. This show has 4,000 views. Click here. Hey, guess what? This show has 4,000 views. Click here. Oh, I get it. It's repeating. So 4 seconds, not a lot of time. We've been going already 4 hours. I'm just getting started.
But
tell us about
we are in a attention economy, and YouTube understands that there is a tremendous demographic and participant and subscriber base that they make their decisions in under 4 seconds on whether or not they want to click and listen or scroll and move on. And they've made this available in their native platform. So if you're using their mobile app, you can create a remix and cut out a clip and use the native conversation from a show, or you now have the option to engineer a prompt that with a catchy hook, and it'll generate a 4-second AI generated short for you. And I'm playing around with the prompts to see what works and what doesn't, and some have flopped and some have really taken off. But let me tell you, they're amazing. I will put in, just to keep it diverse in terms of who shows up, so that it's not the same white middle-aged male wearing a goatee and headphones, which would probably describe myself. I want to create diversity purposefully. So I'm creating different AI personas, putting in a prompt to drive awareness to the replay or drive awareness to my school community.
Oh, it's good. I mean, when I first saw them, they looked a little bit like an ad.
Yeah.
and they repeated. I thought, like, you've got my attention now. It's starting again. But then I saw you do look. Yesterday's show went way off. This is bloody good. Click here. Like, that's all. This show
Yeah.
went really well. Click here. That was the message, and that's what it's for. Like, it's almost like a GIF, isn't it? Like a meme.
Yeah. So if you go into my YouTube page today, you'll see that I'm alternating. I'm using a clip from the show and an AI generated short. They say that if you keep it in that 4-second range all the way to 50, I think the sweet spot is 15 seconds. But you can go up to 60 seconds. But the ones that are 60 seconds or 30 plus seconds, they don't get as much views and clicks.
I love what you're saying. I'm so into this. I want to keep talking about this. This is bloody brilliant. Do you want to jump in there, Mike, and tell us what you think of YouTube Shorts? Are you experimenting with them? Do you have any we can share for you?
No, but my understanding between the shorts and the thumbnails is really how you're going to boost your channel. And I know you're not necessarily interested in the long-term effect, Keith, but if you want an audience on YouTube, that's going to be the fastest way to grow. So it's not really a long tail per se, and I'm already experiencing. Kudos to this guy Americo. He is reusing the content like you wouldn't believe, Keith, and it makes such a difference. So he's not only just putting stuff in Substack, which makes a difference because he's basically he's not just sort of cutting and pasting what the show was. He's writing. He's a great writer, and it makes such a difference. I think in the long term. So building out his audience, through Substack. But I think if you want to again grow the audience on YouTube, obviously they are incented to have dwell time, what they call dwell time. So it's how many eyeballs for how long, right? And your show should be doing awesome in that regard because it's so long. But I think there's another issue of people maybe like America was saying, they may not want to hang around for 5 hours, whatever. So I think my sense is that the shorts are a way to well, and I think they're also used by the algorithm. So if you want to grow your YouTube channel, shorts and to be short and the thumbnails are the two ways that people are saying after. So that's what I just want to mention briefly. I'm getting sick and tired of LinkedIn Live because I'm a pretty active commenter, and my tab on LinkedIn is crashing at least once a show, and so sometimes I'm right in the middle of a comment, and it crashes, and of course it doesn't save it, so I have to redo it. It's turning me off, and I think it was Americo, maybe it was you. I don't think they're necessarily really interested, to be frank, in LinkedIn Lives.
Well, let me pick up on this. This is very, very important. Carrie, you may not have heard this before. Carrie was restricted on LinkedIn because she made too many comments. Pick up on that, Carrie, because we have found that as commenters, we actually get kicked out of the show. But they took one step further and they actually banned you for 3 hours, didn't they?
They did. I actively engaged in the comments, and they said I was talking too much, and so they stopped me from making comments on my show and on other people's shows as well. But it definitely does crash a lot, and because I make so many comments, that's also a part of the frustration, is that you can be mid-sentence, and when it crashes, of course, it doesn't save what you're typing. And I'm not using AI when I'm making my comments during live streams. And so I have to remember what I was trying to say, try and remember who I was commenting to, look for the place during the stream, find the comment again. And by then I'm just over it. But when there is a point where I can make those comments and I get through all of the crashes, what happens is that midstream, it can disconnect you, or what we call a crash. And sometimes that happens 4 or 5 times back to back. I've had it happen a maximum of 8 times in one show. And the shows are usually somewhere between 30 minutes and an hour, but it happens consistently. And to Americo's point, I'm not sure if or when they plan to do anything about it. And relative to the YouTube shorts, absolutely love those. I get way more views on my YouTube shorts than I do on the long form videos. But shout out to Substack, because Substack will take your long form videos and turn them into audio podcasts. And for no cost, no extra charge, they will load them into Apple Podcasts, Spotify Podcasts. So you're not doing double or triple the work. They create the shorts for you. It's easy to click the button and then remix it, but it's already created for you on Substack. You don't have to create that for yourself. You can just go right to YouTube and remix it. But they send whatever you do on Substack, they email it to you. They send you the full video. They send you the clips, and then you can just remix it. They send it automatically to LinkedIn. They send it automatically to YouTube. They send it automatically to all of the podcasts. You can set up your RSS feed. And then I love what Americo just said, because that's new for me, is the remix. And I do it on TikTok, but I did not realize that I was missing out on that opportunity on YouTube. But that's why you have to come to Social Audio Soundcheck. You never know what you're going to talk about and what you're going to learn.
Oh, I hear a song coming on. Hello, Zakia. What I'm really interested in here, this is extremely interesting. I want to give Zakia right a reply on this. I had quite a good discussion with Bez talking about LinkedIn, because we do need to really have this discussion. And Bez loves LinkedIn, probably a little bit beyond reasonability, because it has a very high percentage of very rich people on it. You know, and I guess by rich he means people making over $100,000. So I don't know if someone's salary on a site dictates whether you should be on it, because it doesn't necessarily mean they want to buy what you have. And chances are what you have isn't that expensive. I mean, maybe Lamborghini could advertise on LinkedIn, but you know, none of us here are selling things that are hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're just selling normal products. But two things, Zakia, tell us what you think of the YouTube Shorts. And I know for sure you're not using LinkedIn. Is that rationale even valid? That because there's rich people on it, we should be on it more?
Well, good evening, afternoon, everybody. Love is a strong word. I do like the YouTube Shorts. I think it helps dramatically with discoverability, but me personally, I don't like watching shorts on YouTube. I find myself scrolling past the shorts to get to the long form videos, because I just like the depth. The 15-second, 90-second stuff doesn't really do it for me. I really want to know that the person speaking is an expert in what I'm typically looking to learn in detail. That's the habit I've built for YouTube as a platform. If I'm intentionally looking for shorts, I'll spend some time scrolling on TikTok, but that's just my own personal habits.
No, I want to pick up on this. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I see a short, it goes, hello, this is really good. Click here. I'm thinking, okay, good. You're taking me somewhere else. I've gone to the trouble of clicking on this video. Tell me what it's about. You know, I personally really, really, really dislike 4-second videos. I like off the charts dislike them. Maybe more than mowing the lawn and doing my taxes. It seems to me, for me, a waste of time. Sure, you get a bit of kudos. Yeah.
I don't dislike short form videos. So let me be clear. I do enjoy them. It's just that it has to be in the flow of what I'm doing. If I'm intentionally looking to kind of just be scrolling and entertained, I'll be on Instagram and TikTok for that. I've built that habit. But for me, the habit on YouTube is long form. I'm trying to learn something.
So YouTube is in direct competition with Instagram and TikTok now, isn't it? Direct competition.
I think so. Yeah.
I'll pick up on this, Mike. We are having a lot of trouble with comments, and so we might play around with Social Stream Ninja one day. You obviously have a lot more passion for comments than I do, but I do agree that it's not fair that I didn't see them. But it's bloody hard to like I just got to tell you, it's bloody hard to manage. It's really hard.
Well, and
I
Keith,
prefer-
that's kind of the point. That's kind of the point with all these disparate. If you're going to stay, sort of live streaming to a lot of platforms, now some of them, including Restream, allows you. It doesn't do it for Substack, but it allows you to take your YouTubes and puts it on that aggregate chat window that you have as part of your toolkit in Studio. But that doesn't answer your Substack problem. So what the Ninja does is, my understanding, and again, I'm not using it yet, but I'm looking at it because of some of the issues that we run into, particularly with Substack, that you want to capture as much of these in a timely fashion. And it appears to do it. Americo, I think Gabe is using this or something like it. Gabe Leal, for those of you that know him. But it seems to work, and it doesn't have all the lag that you're seeing, between LinkedIn and YouTube and everything.
Can you see a use case for this, Americo? What are you thinking?
I can see a use case. Mike did share the URL, and I'll be honest, I haven't found time to test it. But is it a Chrome extension, or do you download
that's a good
it?
question.
Because if it comes in as a Chrome extension, that would,
LinkedIn hates Chrome extensions. Oh, they hate them.
Right.
Don't know. I don't know, Americo. I had started to look at it, but because I'm not doing all of these platforms yet, I haven't really followed up.
If it is a Chrome extension, it's just a no-no because LinkedIn hates Chrome extensions. They'll ban you straight away if you start using it. Like, just ban you straight away.
Would it be that much of a loss, Keith?
Would it be much of a loss? Look, I want to pick up on this. This is a very important conversation to have. Very, very important. LinkedIn this week decided that you can no longer go spontaneously onto LinkedIn. So what that means, and what it means to me, and you can listen to the replay if you want, I talked to myself for 45 minutes. Hey guys, no one's here yet. Let me play a song. Where the fuck is everyone? Here's a song. Hey, guess what? No one's coming. Here's a song. And after 6 songs, I usually say, well, no one's coming, and I stop. Now, if I stopped right there and then I had this flood of people coming, I couldn't go live from that point. I'd have to stop, schedule it, start again on the top of the hour, lose all that momentum. Now, that's not likely to happen, but LinkedIn just is not into live events. They're just not, because they're putting all these restrictions on us. You can't go spontaneously. You have to have a third-party site, but you can't use third-party sites or else we'll restrict you. You can't make too many comments because then we'll restrict you. You can't make too many comments on other people's site because we'll restrict you. I mean, what are you allowed to do? Nothing. Bloody nothing.
Keith, beyond that, okay, there's a couple things I wanted to mention. Number one, I don't necessarily agree with Bez, mostly because I don't know what the algorithm is doing. And they keep on, now they have 360 Brew, blah, blah, blah. And it's supposed to be more aligned with kind of your whole output on LinkedIn. But I don't have visibility into where my stuff is going. I mean, yes, I can see the impressions, but that doesn't, and real high level who's looking at it, but I have no clue what works. It all has like best guess. It's like, oh, did this work? Okay. And so that's that. And then the LinkedIn Lives. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Keith, is I thought that you can't do the spontaneous, but can you do it like 5 minutes in advance?
Yeah. Just say, okay, shit happens. We've got to go again. We'll change this one and we'll go again, but you get a new link and we'll start again in 10 minutes. See,
I'm not sure what the point is from there. And this is what I'm trying to understand, Keith. It's like, okay, do you guys care? And if you do, why are you doing this? Maybe, I don't know. again, I'm just kind of against LinkedIn Lives, not against them theologically or whatever, but I have a problem because half the time I can't even find your stuff, Keith. Like it's very easy. I subscribe to your YouTube, and I can find you as soon as you go live. Same thing with Substack. If I'm subscribed to you, I know when you go live. I have to guess, rummage around, go to your I have to go to your profile and see if you're live or not. I don't know. I just don't think they're really supporting the
No, they're
LinkedIn
not.
Lives.
But to your point, and I want to pick up on this because Carrie gave us this lead. This is a very good lead. Substack uses Luma, and they have this kick-ass event about using Studio. Now, you wouldn't know that, but now you do. We have a kick-ass event. Substack has a kick-ass event, and they're using Luma. Now, why that's important is I'm a little bit annoyed by this. Everyone says to me, I can never find you. I've been doing this for 6 years. It's the same time every week. There's no excuses. It's the same time every week. People can never find me. I set up a Luma account. Where is Keith today? 0 people use it. That's not my fault. I set this up. I set this up for you. No one uses it. 0. Right? You get a link. You get an email the day before. You get an email an hour before. If you were really into it, you'd do it. I don't know why people don't do it. There must be a reason. But I did this. But more importantly, and we need to have this chat. I was going to chat to Carrie about this. Substack, 2,000 people have signed up for this event. They're going to do this masterclass on using Substack Studio from the guys at Substack. Like, that is very impressive. 2,000 people have signed up for this. And I think the link is in the Facebook group, which I think we're all a part of, although you left last week, Mike. We might get you back there. But I don't know why people can't find me. I'm working my guts out so that it's easy for you to find me.
Well, let me follow up on that though, Keith. Like specifically, I'm honing in on LinkedIn. Okay, so I click on the link. At half the time, it either doesn't work, or you haven't started yet, or there's always like that lag. So I'm like, well, is he starting? What's going on? I don't have that problem with YouTube. I jump on YouTube, and you're subscribed. So the minute Keith that you go live, it comes up. I just click on live. I click on your channel. I click on live, and I'm in, or I'm watching it. I don't have. It's no guesswork. I swear, Keith, and I know I wasn't necessarily looking at where is Keith today, but half the time I get on your profile, and I'm like, is he on? Is he live? What's going on? And you just don't have that problem on YouTube. So I'm not really blaming you. I'm really blaming YouTube because they make it hard. They do.
LinkedIn, yeah.
They make it hard to tell. Sorry, LinkedIn. They make it hard to tell whether you're live or not, and what's going on.
Well, I think I don't think anyone here is addicted to LinkedIn. I am getting ready for a time when LinkedIn will put live stream behind a paywall, which will be that'll be my line in the sand. I'm definitely not paying for it. Definitely not paying for it. I don't use premium now. And we heard today a bit of a rumor that they're going to give up LinkedIn polls soon. So if you can't go live, if you can't live stream on LinkedIn and you can't use LinkedIn polls, there's absolutely no reason for me to use that site. Right? So I'm getting ready. I'm weaning myself off, like trying to summon up the courage to tell the girlfriend to move on. Like, we've all had this discussion. Look, I'm sorry, we've been together a long time, but it's just not working out. I mean, it's just not working out. I've got to move on. I want to move to another town. I've got a new job. Sorry, I've got footy practice. I don't know what other people do in that situation, but you want to let them down gently. LinkedIn is not like a jealous girlfriend. They don't give a shit if I move or not. They probably don't even know who I am. They won't notice that I've gone. And that's probably the point, Mike. You don't even know when I'm on, and you want to know. Layla's got a funny story. She's been using Premium for like 10 years. She never knew that there was such a thing as LinkedIn live events. Never heard about it. She was using LinkedIn Premium for her whole life. Never heard about LinkedIn audio events or live events. Didn't even know they made live events. Did you get a compelling result from that poll you did about live events? How many people, Americo, didn't even know they were on?
So a quarter of my respondents had no idea LinkedIn hosted live events.
No, that's not our fault. How can that be our fault? They just don't care. They just don't care about them. 25% of people on LinkedIn didn't even know they had a live event feature. It's like going in the cinema and closing off 3 of your cinemas because no one wants to go in there. I mean, what a waste of time.
The other thing, Keith, and I don't know if America has run into this, but so there is no problem that I'm aware of on the stream side, meaning Restream or StreamYard. So when I'm running, my tabs are crashing or whatever, that has nothing to do with the stream itself. That as far as I can tell, meaning the origin, right? So if America's on Restream and my tab crashes, A, he doesn't even know. And B, it has nothing to do with the stream side. So you're, and particularly if you're multi-streaming, right, to multiple platforms, you're not aware. Meanwhile, your audience is getting ticked off. I mean, because I'm so active in the comments, I get ticked off when my tab crashes because I'm trying to remember who it was. Carrie maybe was mentioning their tab crashes right in the middle of you writing a comment, and you can't remember what the comment was, or it just disrupts things, and that disrupts your audience. And if you're if the platform doesn't care, Keith, at some point you have to do the calculus and say, well, am I going to do? And we had the situation obviously with the audios; they just disappeared. They just discontinued them. Who's to say that's not going to? And people are investing a lot of time and energy into LinkedIn Lives. So I just think it's a smart idea to absolutely cover yourself and go certainly to YouTube. And if I'm just hoping that Substack is doing a little better on the whole streaming, whatever you want to call it, endpoint side, and maybe even an API or something for the chats. But I don't know. We'll see. And I'm going to attend that.
Yeah, I'll find it. I'll bring Zakia in. There's 2 questions here. One is, Zakia, tell me about your opinion of LinkedIn Shorts. I'm guessing, sorry, YouTube Shorts. You said you made them and they sometimes work, but you don't watch them. But secondly, are you interested in this idea of a Substack studio? The idea that you don't have to. Yep, you don't have to go live in order to make content. It's pretty clever, isn't it?
It is, yeah. If I were more active on Substack, I'm watching it. Well, I spend a lot of time building apps these days, vibe coding, so I don't get into Substack. But shorts for me perform really well for my channel in terms of people watching it, and it's bringing people to the long form. Like my shorts typically get between 3,000 and 5,000 views. So that's pretty significant. It's just that's not how I use YouTube for me as the consumer of the content. But I love the studio of Substack. I think I did sign up for it, and I think what I was more blown away by is seeing the number of people that signed up, because how many people are supposed to be? 2,000 signed up, but how many people are on the platform?
50 million.
50 million, right? So I think it's really interesting that if they're introducing this new feature, 2,000 is amazing to creators our size, but for the platform, for them to have that many users, but only 2,000, the number doesn't match.
Zakia, I think I kind of agree with you, but at the same time, I don't think they're really putting their foot. It's not like they're diving deep into the deep end of the pool yet.
No, I'm sure Yeah,
go
but I
ahead.
think it's telling. I think it's telling. And
But
I think
to your point, I didn't see it. I mean, only because I didn't find it. I didn't get a notification of this. So I use it every day. I use Substack every day, and I haven't seen this event advertised. So maybe the people that
it might be
want to go.
So yeah, I'll give them that. Maybe it's a soft launch, but my experience with these platforms and what I'm starting to notice more and more, sometimes the numbers that are often shouted to the rooftops of this is what you have access to. Think about LinkedIn.
Yeah.
But then when you really think about those who are actively engaging and using those platforms, it doesn't necessarily equate to that same potential reach that we think we may have on these platforms.
Yeah. Well, with that in mind, I want to share a cool hack, and I want you to help me with this. I have worked out how to get my content to spike on Substack. I'm experimenting with this at the moment. I'd love to know how you're doing it. So you're right. I don't care how many people are using it. I want to know how many people are reading my content. So I did this post yesterday. It's had 250 views. That's a number. That's the number. I did a post yesterday. 250 people read it. That's the number. I've got 360 followers, 186 subscribers. They're the numbers I care about. So I'm going to share these stats. They're bloody brilliant. And I'm wondering if anyone else is doing this. I do a blog post. I let it sit for about half an hour, and then it's what I call flat lines. And then I add to it. I might add a graphic or add some SEO. And I do this graduated over the course of a day. My highest score is 320 views overnight. People that are following me, that are interested in this content. Right? And my goal is to get to 10,000 views a month. I'm just wondering how are other people leveraging Substack, and are they getting something like this? Yeah, because I'm pretty excited about this.
Now be careful, Keith. You don't want to hack your way into a corner where Substack tells you, "Hey, we've recognized you're using automation. We're going to start banning you here."
Where I got to be honest, I am using Richard's new SEO tool. Has anyone else used it? You want to talk about that? It's bloody brilliant. Like, it's really good.
It is brilliant, but I pointed out over the weekend, you and I were on a separate thread where with my particular niche, it becomes difficult to optimize Richard's tool because the tool looks at me and my persona, and my persona is live streaming, coaching centered around live streaming, production, planning, everything around live streaming. But my content, after planning, my content is centered around my guests, the narrative that came from that event. And when I punch those particular articles into Savannah Bay, I get a horrible score because it does not recognize my keywords, does not recognize the persona and my brand voice. It's like, all right, this doesn't connect. This doesn't read and amplify Americo as the live stream coach, producer, and event moderator. This depicts a photographer like Ron. For instance, Ron's episode has delivered me the best output in terms of views and engagement on Substack, yet it only scored 10%. And I included what I felt was necessary to be part of the article and not necessarily adhering to the tools.
No, this is actually a very good point. You can use tech to a disadvantage. I love it because, and to pick up on this graph, what usually happens is I write an article and then it flatlines. You can see it's flatlining. That line there represents when I went to bed, and then I'm not doing anything overnight. So then it just flatlines. And in the morning I go, I've got an idea. I'm going to change the title. And then it spikes again. Right? It's like instant dopamine, like instant. And then I get it, and then it flatlines on. Okay, I've got an idea. I'm going to add a cool little graphic. Cool, instant dopamine again. So because I've retired, I don't need to monetize this. I'm doing this for fun. I think if we're having this discussion about how terrible LinkedIn is, given that we're 4 hours in, and probably already finished by now, where else can we go? I think Substack is the natural next step. It's just the natural next step from LinkedIn. It's like a LinkedIn for creatives. It's a network of 50 million people that are doing it, and you can DM them. You can come up. You can do shows. It's bloody brilliant.
But Keith, I'm following in Zakia's footsteps. I actually wrote a Claude. They're called projects in Claude, but it's basically a GPT that does AEO. What Richard does, but it's actually broader. So Richard kind of has condensed SEO and AEO. In other words, keywords, and then how the AI views, because AEO is kind of not radically different, but it is different than the traditional. So SEO is looking strictly, mostly at keywords. AEO is looking at how the models actually consume your content. So you're following that script, but I think Richard sort of tried to amalgamate the two. He's tried to squish them together, and I think hire Zakia to write you a tool to do it, and more importantly, hire Zakia to write you to automate your changes in Substack. And then maybe you'll get banned by Substack for making so many changes.
You'll definitely get banned. Don't do that.
But one of the things I am using, Keith, the AI for is it's not automation, but I am creating processes, with AI that are repeatable. And I think that's important. Like you, maybe I'm not saying you should do this, but and you're already using AI to a degree, but there's ways you can sort of template. So once you find a working model that works, for your article, and I think that's kind of where America is going. And you have to do all the calculus and stuff as to, okay, why did Ron's article work so well? And to be honest, this guy writes well. Now, I'm not even going to ask if he's using AI, and this guy, meaning Americo, but it was just a very touching, he has something, a magic that he takes, the show and just writes very well about it. And that's very attractive for both the audience, and Ron himself. And I know Ron's expressed gratitude for that, because Ron isn't real active. He has a website, but he's not real active on other social media at the moment. And so I I just think if you can kind of what's the word I'm looking for, get some templating going, I think you're gonna really enjoy doing this more even.
Yeah, well, last week we had a chat with a guy named Bob who lives in London, or Manchester actually, and he was talking about, this was quite fascinating to me. He said there is, and this is exactly what Richard's trying to do, there's certain tools that exist or could be made that said, okay, you write a lot of stuff about this. What about, I would be fascinated to know if this is possible. What about if I just give you 3 articles every morning that are about this, based on what's happening in the world, and you pick them as a template and just massage them yourself? And that will save you researching them, thinking of the title, because I write an article almost every day now, but I've got to do it. I've got to think of the title. I've got to find the angle. I've got to pick up on the trend. I've got to see the trajectory. Right? It does take a lot of time. And that's sort of what you're saying, Mike. Imagine if you had a template for that. Wouldn't that be just genius? Wouldn't that be genius?
No, I have an AI. It's not a GPT. That's specific to Chat GPT, but I have tools. I have a story writing tool, and it doesn't write it for me. But Keith, what it does, okay, I think I described this to you before, but I went to a storytelling class. I took, in essence, I condensed all of that information, inclusive, I think I got a PDF out of that class, just to kind of go through how you tell a story. And you're like, Mike, why, I know how to tell a story. Yeah, but you want something repeatable. And so it steps you through basically like almost like a table of contents or something. It's like, here is the format, here's the structure of your article. Then you fill in, the rest. But I don't know how you work, but if I'm staring at a blank sheet of paper or a blank screen, I don't have this kind of full-fledged article in my head. I kind of has a start, but this just helps you. I don't know if anyone else is doing this, but I'm doing this kind of on the regular. Is okay. Here is, it's not even necessarily a template, but here is this tool that helps me write an article or story or a song. It's not all the same tool. I have different tools for each one.
So you don't start with the headline.
No. I start with an idea, and then the tool actually walks me through the structure of the song or the story or.
Well, let's have that discussion. So in the music industry, my mate and I, we would write songs and we would write the chorus first.
Mm-hmm.
And he taught me this. He taught me to write compelling titles, not like "I love you." I always want to be without you. Or, whatever it is, none of these fucking generic titles are here like now. So he would always write these very compelling titles. So the chorus wrote itself, really, and then we just fill in the gaps. But you start differently. You start with an idea for a song. But what if you started with the title?
Well, I don't write a song the same way all the time, Keith. Like, I've written songs starting with a genre. You're like, what are you talking about? Well, because I was experimenting, right? So I wrote some psychedelic songs, and those don't even actually have a structure. They're like a stream of consciousness, which is kind of what a psychedelic song is, right? So it really depends on what it is. But normally, and to your point, sometimes I'll try to come up with the chorus first, and then but I'm also looking for what is the best title for the message.
Of course.
So I'm
Absolutely.
doing things a little different. Yeah, so the way I'm writing my songs, Keith, particularly the ones that are, I actually am doing for Bez, I'm doing a presentation on my Signature Soundworks process, because I'm intaking, Keith, all of this information about your loved one that you want the song for, and then that goes into the process. So I actually have a Google form that takes in, okay, so who's this for, what's the occasion, what's special about them that most people don't know. I want to make this memorable, and particularly like if it's some like a milestone, like a 60th anniversary or 40th anniversary or whatever. I want to know all of that information so it means something to the people that are receiving it. So that's kind of different than how I write my normal songs, but that's what I'm starting with. And so I gather all that information and I say, okay, how do I want to build this? Now, to your point, sometimes or usually I do want a hook, right? I want something about, but it's going to be something that it could be a phrase that they have. I'm trying to think of a phrase for you. I actually wrote a song for about you, something about Audio Man Down Under. And I can't remember the hook in the chorus, but that's what you're talking about. Yeah, and so that's kind of how I write some of the songs. But the ones that I'm really trying to get this, the deep meaning of that person. Like when I wrote a song for Ron, which he enjoyed, but that was, I can't remember the hook, but it was really stepping through his story, Keith, which is a little different than a normal pop song.
Yeah, but the reason I'm mentioning that is that I write articles with a hook. So
Yep.
I don't write the article and then try and find a title. I find a title and then write the article. And I'm just
Mm.
wondering is that common? I mean, how do you write your articles, Americo? Do you start with the title and then write it, or do you write it and then think what title would fit here?
I find that I get the best outcome when I'll start with a title, I'll write something, and then I will prompt and ask for, is there a stronger hooking title that we can come up for what's been written? And it'll give me a list of a variation. And it's more times than not, it's never the one that I started off with.
Yeah, we can always do better, but you start with a bit of both. You've got an idea of an article.
Yeah.
Because I don't really even have an idea of an article. I just start with a title like global or social, global or local. And then I cheat. I ask Perplexity to write my articles. And so I would love to wake up on, a Wednesday morning and think, hey, okay, it's 7:00. Here's 3 articles we thought of overnight, Keith, based on the trending of what's happening in the world. I think these could suit you. And then I'll go, oh, that's good. I like that one. I wouldn't have thought of that. Because other than that, I've got to think of it. What about you, Zakia? How do you come up with content? Do you come up with the title first? Do you come up with the content first? How do you create content?
That's a good question. I never thought about it that way. I typically have a campaign that it's going off of. So if there's something that I'm running, I will put whatever that topic is and then ask any tool to help me come up with the themes for it and the captions to go along with it. But I'm normally anchoring it off of something that I'm promoting or an initiative or a project or something along those lines.
Okay. Yep. So just the concept of creating is fascinating to me. Like my mate taught me this. Start with a compelling title and just write the article around it. Bloody brilliant.
But Keith, I'm going to quibble with you a little bit, as I do. Your title, like the global versus local, is your idea. It's not just a title. That's sort of the, for lack of a better word, that's almost the solar system. Anyway, it may not be the universe, but it's the solar system or the planet that you've chosen to write in, right? So you're kind of, you already have an idea. That is the idea.
Yeah, of course. But geez, I would say that every single one of my titles is an idea.
Yeah.
And as I said, for me, words are just filler. Words are just this thing that gets you from A to Z. The verse is what gets you to the chorus. The chorus is the bit I want you to sing when you're riding your bike or mowing the lawn or doing the dishes. I don't really give a shit about the verse. I just want you to get to the chorus. But you can't just go la la la. So you got to write, so you got to write words in between, right? What we call filler words. And the same with these. I'm very proud of my articles. They're very good, but they start with an idea, global or local. Which one do you prefer? That's a title. It tells you exactly what it's going to be about. And then I just write words to suit, right? And then I've already thought I might even rewrite this. But the one before that was why Substack is the perfect platform for the creator economy. You're right. The title is the article. The words are just filler.
No, yes and no, though, Keith. To me, the title's important. And to have that condensed, I guess, is what I would call it. To me, that's sort of that's the story condensed. But at least for some of us, we want to hear what you have to say, meaning, okay, Keith, what the hell are you talking about? Type of thing. And not everyone knows what you mean when you're talking about globally, or like, what do you mean? Is that are you talking about broadcast? Are you talking, in what context? You have to have a context, right? But to your point, you already know in your head what you want to say, but the rest of us have to go, oh, That's what he's talking about. And that's what, I'm sorry, but that's what the rest of the content's for, is you are opening that up. And I think, and to your point, there's no right answer here, right? Or no wrong answer. How does your brain work? And how do you create? And to your point, I think it's also, you have to start with the end in mind, meaning you are very interested in having that catchy phrase or in the chorus. I'm trying to tell a story that they're not radically different, and I still want a catchy. I want a catchy chorus, but I'm not focusing. I want to tell Keith's story, or Zakia's story, or Americo's story, or in the case of the one I wrote for his community, I want them to focus in on what does that community mean. I'm not really interested that much in the catchy chorus. I want them to remember, this is what your stage school community is.
It's so fascinating because, I mean, the same could be said for food. My wife doesn't like dessert. I don't like main meals. Right? So I'm thinking, okay, that's not true. Of course, I like food, but okay, what's for dessert? Well, we'll get to that if we can fit it in. No. We'll eat accordingly so that there's room for dessert. No. We'll eat, and if there's room for dessert, we'll get it. So she eats main meals and wants nourishment, and I like to eat for taste. Oh, look, I don't mind if it's good for me, but as long as it tastes good. I'm not eating shit just because it's good for me. And Carol says, well, I'm not eating something that tastes good if it's not good for me. So we come at food from the exact opposite way. Luckily, her food tastes nice, but most of the time. So the point is that she cooks for nutrition. If it tastes nice, that's a bonus. I eat for taste, and if it's good for me, that's a bonus. Right? And hopefully we can meet in the middle. I write songs because I want to sing the chorus. The verse doesn't really matter because I just want to sing the chorus. And then maybe there'll be a nice solo and some clever language with the relative minor and the double chorus at the end. But I'm writing because I want you to sing it. Sing it with me. I want it's an experience. Right? Most of the songs I like, I don't even know the words. I'm just singing the chorus. I know the chorus because that's the bit I focus on. And they lead you into the chorus, and it's and the big drum roll. It's quite fascinating that you write songs that way, but that's because you're a poet and you write songs as musical poems. Yeah.
I think that's how I started. But to your point, I'm trying to tell a story. I'm not. First of all, I'm not necessarily chasing, for lack of a better word, public acclaim or whatever. I'm not necessarily looking for pop, fame or anything. I want to tell a story, and particularly like I said, Keith, the ones that I'm crafting for people, that's all that it is. It's a story about whatever they're asking for. It's a birthday, or a wedding, or whatever. And so I want as much information in that, and I want it to mean something to that person. So it's very, very is very pointed, very crafted specifically for that person. So that's a different way of writing. So those are totally different. Now the ones I write sort of for myself, like I wrote one for Palm Sunday, is very meaningful to me. Now, will that be meaningful to other people? To some degree, it doesn't matter. Now, if people are drawn to it, it's kind of like the Rick Rubin thing. If they're drawn to it, fine, that's my audience. If they're not, fine, they're not my people. So it's to some degree, I'm doing it a little, to your point, I'm not necessarily doing it so people don't remember what the words are, and that's fine too, Keith. I'm not arguing. Like there's some rock songs, I don't know the lyrics. Sometimes you can't even hear the lyrics. So
I challenge you to recite one AC/DC song where you can actually hear the words.
and but then there's the Beatles, right? Like Let It Be, or what or Imagine, or any of these. I mean, I remember those words, right? So anyway, it's to your point, it's
But
almost
do you write?
personal taste.
Do
to
you
some
write
degree.
blog posts? This is royally why I'm asking. Do you write blog posts from that point of view, that you want to tell a story or you want it to be remembered? I just want people to read it. They wouldn't read it if it was shit, so I obviously have to make it non-shit. But but I don't have to tell a story. I'm not that wise. I'm just basically stating probably what everyone knows, putting a couple of pretty pictures in it, and say, if you're into this, we're talking about it next week.
I want to put Americo on on spot a little bit. I think everything that we create tells a story. Now it may tell a story you're not aware of, but I think the hook is the story. Meaning, and I Keith, I used to write without almost and I actually bring this up in my presentation. I used to write a lot on intuition or gut feel, and I think that's kind of where you're coming from. But that the issue with that, particularly if you're trying to sort of build a voice, is that you want to have that voice. And again, it doesn't have to be all formal and all this stuff. I'm just saying I'm doing it because it helps me have a template. But I mean, even just having a template, I think Keith would help. Say, okay, here's like in a story, you always want to start with what is it, time, place, emotion. So there's always a reason that you're writing something. And so that's kind of where your starting point. And at the end, you kind of want to wrap it up. So you want to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And
Are you a big
that's
reader?
the story. I used to be I can't tell you. My Kindle has probably a couple thousand books in it. So the short answer is yes.
Because I don't read. I'm dyslexic. I can't read. So I don't. I mean, I look at these words and I go, look, they seem to make sense. They're all mathematically correct, but I don't have any idea what they're talking about. So I can't read. I'm pretty confident I'm dyslexic because I see the words. I'm not illiterate. I mean, I can see that these words make sense and I can say them, but I can't tell you what they mean. Right? So I haven't been able to read. I don't think I've ever read a full book. I don't think I've ever finished a book. Never. Because I can't read. So when I write articles from a point, and that is that I do these shows. And so I've asked myself this a couple of times in the last few weeks. If I stopped doing the shows, would I still write the articles? And the answer would be no, because there'd be no reason to. I want people to come to the shows. And the articles are about the shows. And without the shows, there's no point writing the articles. I might as well just go to the beach. I don't actually have a desire.
So do you find?
Yep.
Do you find that your articles, because what you've just described, you'll write articles that sets the stage for an upcoming show, and you'll write an article that summarizes key points from a show. Which do you think performs better? The hype, the one that writes about the hype, or the one that summarizes the moments that took place during the show?
Very good point. I'll give you a very good example. When you did that show with that photographer that left halfway through, I was so fucking angry that I actually wrote an article in the back at 2 minutes. It's one of my best articles ever. Right? I wrote about a very specific event. What's the point of having a show if I can't ask questions? I get that he had some personal problems, but I was so angry that I wrote an article about an event that went so well because I was right. I really clearly nailed what I was on about. But normally I write an article. Here's what we're going to talk about this week. What do you think? Here's what we're going to talk about. Here's the arguments, pros and cons, and here's some pretty pictures to go along with it. Come along and chat to me. Those are the articles that tend to go better because I'm excited. I don't know what's going to happen. The show's coming soon and it's going to be great. Can you come and be with me on it? You want to be part of it? I'm promoting it. I'm in promo anticipation mode rather than consolidation mode. Right? I don't tend to write a lot of consolidation posts because I know when I write it that we're going to talk about that stuff, and it sort of covers off on it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Will you write an article? I'm going to put you on the spot here, more for comic relief, because you did a fantastic job. Are you going to write an article about you know exactly where I'm going with this, about brothels?
Man, did you
and sex
did
therapy?
did Mike and Zakia, did you hear that bit?
Actually, I was
No.
I had stepped away, unfortunately. Didn't hear that. And kind of when I heard what she did, I'm like, I don't necessarily want to listen to this real close.
So what happened? This is amazing. What happened was we were talking about local versus global networking, and how personally I don't go to networking events anymore. And our friend Jason, who lives in Alberta, Canada, has never been to one. And I said, well, look, here's a good example of why I don't go to them anymore. I went to an event as a Twitter expert, and someone sat next to me and said, Keith, I've heard you're a bit of a dude, a bit of a guru when it comes to Twitter. Can you help me promote my brand new business? Yeah, of course. What is it? I just opened a brothel. And I said, okay, well, how do I get out of this? And then, how do I get out of this? And then, amazingly, this random person comes onto the show. This is like hilarious. You couldn't have planned this. This random person called Deborah comes on the show. Says, oh, look, it's really funny that you're talking about this case, because I'm a sex therapist and I use Zoom to help couples get intimate. And I'm thinking, how the fuck am I going to answer this? America was hilarious, wasn't it? It was hilarious. Like,
it was good. You handled it really well, and truth be told, and I mentioned it earlier in the show, it's the one thing I love about my community. I'm no longer entrenched with white-collared financial corporate dudes. I'm meeting new people, and I'm seeing parts of a virtual world that I knew existed, but I never partook in it. And Deborah's a community member, and as promised, I told you I was going to pump your tires a little bit and help you get some visibility. And I put out a post saying, hey, we're going live. Keith Keller's hosting a show. It's the audio tech check. Come hang out with us. And Deborah, no sooner did he finish the networking narrative piece, Deborah jumps in, and it was like clockwork. It was beautiful.
It was like it was planned. And I'm very, very, very proud of how I handled it. What I did, I'm so proud of this, is I said, okay, this is quite an interesting topic. What sites do you use to promote what you do? Making it very generic. And by the way, you do have a very cool sounding mic. What is that? Is it an Audio-Technica AT4 2040? She goes, yes, it is. That's a good guess. So I turned it around, but bloody hard work. I'm so funny. I mean, so funny, isn't it?
Yeah, but that is an example, a teachable example for what we do over on my community, because you have to be able to respond and act quick on your feet when someone comes in and throws something at you that you might not be prepared to talk about. How do you respond? How do you bring it back into the lane that you want to bring it into? Or how do you lean into it because it's something that your audience wants you to continue talking about?
We should probably do a show about it, but we should do a show about it, because it was like, I'm pretty proud. Like, I mean, right in the spot, right in the zone. I could have gone anywhere. But I want to talk about what school is, because unfortunately for us, school in its live streaming component is pretty weak. It looks terrible. Have you been experimenting with that, or have you had some kudos there, or What do you think? Have you been doing some work on the school lives? It doesn't look like this. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't look like this.
No. So I'm using, school knows this as well because they've allowed Zoom and Google Meets to be used outside of their native platform. It's actually one of their drop down options for live meetings. But seeing how I'm building a community centered around live streaming and helping members overcome creating live content, I'm hosting my lives on YouTube exclusively, and community members can join me on stage and be part of the conversation. Non-community members, I'm spotlighting one a week and inviting non-community members to join us through YouTube. And it helps me promote the community. It helps me demonstrate how easy it is to overcome the overwhelm of going live. And the evergreen content that comes out of it afterwards is just beautiful.
I love it. It's very good use of everything else. Have I got the rewind? I haven't got the rewind. I would. We've been going almost 5 hours. Hence my discussion about 4 seconds. Why don't we wrap it up? It's getting towards 3 p.m. here now. I've been going since 10 a.m. I haven't had lunch, and wifey's home soon. So real world examples. But Zakia, what do you think? What are some of the key points that we've talked about today? And tell us how we can help what you're doing with your AI stuff, and how's that all going? We might have put her to sleep. I think we might have put her to sleep.
No, I was on mute. Sorry. I think my biggest takeaway was the shorts conversation. I came in at the very tail end of your 4+ hour marathon. So that part, and then I'm also really looking forward to the Substack live streaming studio conversation. So I'm sure I'll see all of you there.
Yeah.
For me, I am what I'm working on right now. I've just launched 3 apps. One is a podcasting app, but it actually is a coach for people while they're recording. And so it has AI intelligence built in it. So I'll be looking for a few beta testers to get some feedback on that. And then I also have an author platform that's going up. So for all of my self-published authors who are trying to get their books out there, it's a complete platform. So what do you do after you have your manuscript, and how do you actually get people to buy it? So they're the 2 projects, but I know this group probably is best for the Podcast Intelligence Studio. So I'll be in the Messenger group to share that and see if somebody can take a look.
You're doing a course on it, or you're promoting another side, are you?
No, I built my own software as a service. So all of those years of lifetime deal buying, I kind of understood that. And now with these AI tools, I was able to take an idea that I've had for a long time with what many tools don't offer and build it.
Tell me what it does. What does it do?
So think about when you are in the middle of a podcast interview, or maybe even in a live stream, and you have an idea, like you're trying to be there in the moment with the conversation, but there is always, once you leave, you're thinking, oh, I should have said, or I could have gone deeper with that particular question. This tool is a live tool, so it'll transcribe live, but then the AI understands who you are, your products, your service, who the guest is, and all of that, and it can surface in the moment some potential questions to go deeper with your interview, or different transitions that you can use. But then it also has a guest vetting process. There's all the pieces for having better conversations.
So it's a real-time teleprompter.
No, not a teleprompter would be you have provided it with the information. So it's ingesting your conversation, and then it's intelligently giving you different questions that you should ask. So it's a solopreneur's or a solo podcaster's way of having a producer for them.
And as the producer of this creator, have you seen the wisdom of the what do you LTD, or are you going to make it a monthly fee?
Oh, I would definitely not do lifetime deal for this only because of AI cost. I would
Yeah.
be sunken within a month of doing a
Yeah.
lifetime deal.
I thought it, I mean, bit of a tease there, really, because I before I met you, I'd never even heard of that idea. But you've had your fill, and now you're coming on the other side and making some stuff for the world. This is a bloody brilliant idea.
Thanks. Well, we'll see how it goes in beta. But I have my other beta going on for soap makers. I built Maker Studio AI for them, and that beta is kicking off April the 7th. So I got to
Okay.
get them through beta. And that's another software. So I've spun up 3 software as a service tools.
That is amazing. What about you, America? What's next? Next week, of course, is Good Friday for us, so I might not be able to come to your show. But how far in advance are you playing it out, and what's coming?
So next week, I'm doing a collaboration with Christina Segato. She wants to, or the two of us are going to support one another, and I'm going to produce a live stream for her. And the goal is to bring solopreneurs on board to help build and monetize their skills on LinkedIn. She's a big LinkedIn advocate, and she does business coaching for people who want to monetize on LinkedIn. And I'm going to collaborate with her, creating the live stream for her event and promote myself while we do that. Subsequent to that, I had to park scheduling my events until I figure out how much time I'm going to consume moderating some of these events in the evenings, and whether or not I need to move my shows around to different time slots.
Were today's gigs paid for you, or were you doing it as a favor, as a bit of an intro?
No, today's gig was a paid gig.
Well, that's the ideal scenario, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's what you're trying for.
That's what we're
Yeah,
aiming
that is
for.
brilliant.
So in terms of Zakia and your beta, I'd love to hear a little more about that. And once I get a better understanding, if it's something that will drive value to my community members who may or may not want to create live content strategies in interview format, I'd love to hear more about your tool and how we can help get it in front of people who are interested in coming up with live streams. If it is conducive to the live streaming, you mentioned podcasting, but if we can make it work for live streams,
I would love to.
I'm open to.
Absolutely, Americo. I designed it for podcasting, but then when you pull up a podcast, I don't want to start that argument, but it could absolutely work for live streams too. The spoken word, it will work for the spoken word.
All right, let's jump on a call and I'd love to hear more.
Okay, great.
And Mike, what can we do for you? How are you? Where are you progressing? Are you got a show coming? Or what do you need from us?
From you, nothing yet. I have a few things going on sort of simultaneously, and if you have any idea, anyone on the panel here, I really need a semi-low cost way to produce shorts for my songs, but also I want on occasion to do song length videos, and all I found is a lot of expense. To Zakia's point, when you get into any of these subscriptions, and particularly for video, I have a few things on the table, but and the one-time cost ones are garbage generally. Just FYI. So like right now, I think I'm looking at Flow. But again, that it's not ridiculously expensive, but it's kind of expensive. So and why was that having to do with tracks? Well, in order to get eyeballs to tracks, I need, like if I'm gonna use TikTok, I need a short. If I'm gonna, I do want to put on YouTube, some longer, song length videos. I did one that I got really way too honest feedback on. um and that also might be a future service, Keith, is potentially writing a track, and then for quite a bit more because of the cost involved, actually writing a song length video for it.
And what are you finding, America, about these shorts? Have you seen what America is doing with those 4-second shorts?
Yeah, in fact, I think I even commented, Americo, on some. I don't remember where it was, but I commented on some that you had done for Ron, and they kind of pop up. It's weird, Keith, because they kind of pop up. I get notifications. I'm not 100% sure because it's on my phone a lot of times. I'm not sure even where they're coming from, but like I said, Americo's just doing a great job at and it's not just content reuse. It's really I don't know how to explain it other than not only you helping the person, that in the case of Ron, but I think Americo is building out, and it might be a longer tail, but he's building out a community, a longer term community that will follow him. So, and that's one of the things I'm taking away from not this conversation per se, but I'm looking for a longer tail in general for Substack. I want to have kind of a loyal community, and that's where I'm really interested in the new platform that I cannot name because you're going to talk about the old platform tomorrow. But I'm a rabid evangelist about community building, and I think school has something. I'm just looking for a bit more, and I'd love to talk to Americo about this other platform. So
It fills in some of the gaps. We can say this now because the show's not till tomorrow. I wanted to give Richard right of reply. He's quite angry about what's happened. And but some other people have said, look, we gave him a chance and he hasn't come to the party, and this other platform fills in the gaps that Richard couldn't fix. I get it. I totally get it. But it's a much better idea on the overall process.
It's a rebuild, and just in all fairness, I think a lot of us in the community really got sold on this immersive idea, right? But the technology just didn't deliver. And this is not an attack on Richard at all. We all love Richard, but the problem was stability. For example, Keith, I wanted to do a DJ type show in Go Brunch. I couldn't. I went to show a friend of mine that I did a virtual coffee with, and I did a screen share, and he couldn't hear my track. If he can't hear my track, or no one in the room can hear my track, it's useless to me. I mean, it's the whole purpose of me doing the DJ show, right? Now, I can even potentially do that via OBS and other things. But to your point, it gets really complicated. So, if I'm going to do something like that in this very moment, I'm going to be doing it on Restream. But at some point, if I want to build a community, I can't have more than 10, or if I'm paying for it, more than 10 people or whatever. So I want to have a place where people can gather and build that sense of community. And it's just think of Discord on steroids, basically, and it's immersive. So it's the idea of Go Brunch, but it's very immersive. You can have your little cameras on if you want. You don't have to, Keith, but it's just very immersive. I don't know how else to explain it and to say I believe it's going to be the next Zoom. I feel that.
Yeah. Okay. No worries. Well, that's good because we can certainly morph into that, and that's tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm going to give Richard his flowers about Go Brunch, and also talk about his new SEO tool, which I personally really, 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 really love. I use it every day. But I better go and eat. I think I've been sitting in this chair for 5 hours. I don't even believe it myself. I can't go outside for more than 15 minutes, and I'm wanting to go inside. Like, this is exactly what today's show's about. I went out with
Keith,
the
you
guy.
never give us your takeaways. What stood out for you before you go eat?
In the very early moments, Lachelle came in, and she said, local is fine, but global is much more exciting and a bit more diverse. Like, I don't know if I told you this, if you were on when we were talking about this, but Jason Bunsen and Beaker makes a living out of taking photos of cute dogs. He makes more money doing that than he does as a science teacher in year 9. And he's been teaching for 15 years. He's now at the stage on the cusp of thinking, I could leave my job and make more money, do it all day, and I love it. He said he has more followers online than the whole city he lives in. Like, the whole city. He lives on a farm, but he lives about, 10-minute drive to a big city, 100,000. He has more followers on Instagram than the whole city he lives in. Right. So he's got a very unique version of the global experience. Most people in the town he lives in don't even know who he is. He doesn't met him. They're not buying what he has. But people buy his stuff all over the world. So, to be honest, there was not a single person that spoke today passionately about the local experience. I was a bit surprised by that. I was expecting a bit of kickback. What about just sitting in a cafe, Keith, and talking to the person making your coffee? Don't you ever do that? Don't you ever just go out and chat to the guy in the bar? I don't, but I didn't get any questions about that. So what I'm finding is that since COVID, most people have overwhelmingly embraced the online world, and that it might be so convenient that we can not go back. I certainly don't want to go back. So I think that's my takeaway, that really this is the right choice. I'm not at odds with anyone. Hardly anyone wants to talk to people anymore. Hardly anyone wants the local experience. And if they are, they're not on LinkedIn or talking to me. So there was an overwhelming sense that since COVID, we have embraced this and keep going. Because when I first started the show, 45 minutes in, I'm thinking, and I say this every week, why am I doing this? I'm talking to myself. Luckily, I got like 10 songs in the bank. I'm talking to myself. Why am I doing this? And I do sometimes have that discussion with myself. Is social audio dead? Is live streaming dead? But luckily, we managed to save it, and here we are 5 hours down the track, and we're still going. So would you agree, Zakia, that we've embraced the digital world and we can't go back, can we?
Absolutely not. Yep, I would agree.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. So I've done a lovely little Substack post featuring you all. So please share that or share your own versions. I've got probably a dozen screenshots I've taken. So pick one that you like. And tomorrow I am going to give Richard his flowers and talk about that, because I do want to at least see where that started before we embrace these new tools that have come after it, which is inevitable. And Richard might sort of disappear from our ecosystem. He's a great guy, but the tech didn't come with him. So let me wrap up. I'm just gonna play a little bit of music because I'm really hungry.